I got banned from YouTube. Sad day today. They told me my days are numbered. I said, why? Because I'd be calling out all them fools. Happy Fool's Day. Happy April Fool's Day. Say April Fool's Day? Who's pregnant out there? Who is pregnant? Would that be great if Olivia and Steve Gonsalves Jr. were like, psych, April Fool's Day. We aren't dating, you fools. Love it. Love it. Psych B. April Fool's Day. Oh my God, Lana. Lana got banned from YouTube. No, I was at the YMCA. I was swimming some laps. Some of you guys thought I got a lot of sun because I was red the other day. No, that was just the chlorine. So, good morning. Heard it was wild over there in, let's see. Karen Reed, trial watchers. Let's see, it's going down over there to Dedham. People are getting, let's see, Karen Reed. Karen Reed is in the courtroom right now. I don't even know who's live right now. No one's live right now. Let's just invade everybody. Everybody. Let's just invade the world. Karen Reed trial watchers. Come on in, guys. Come on. I'm about to take your calls all day long today. Just talking about Karen Reed.
Of hitting her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, in January of 2022 with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow. Her lawyers are using the third-party culprit defense, claiming that people at a house party in Canton killed O'Keefe and are pinning it on Reed.
Yeah.
Hundreds of extra jurors have been summoned for the second trial, likely due to the high-profile nature of this case. And the judge has extended the buffer zone around the courthouse.
What the judge is trying to do is exclude extraneous things that could consciously or unconsciously affect particularly potential jurors as they are chosen and as they sit through the trial.
Reed's first trial ended with a hung jury last July, and since then, the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, was fired from the Massachusetts State Police. He admitted on the witness stand to sending inappropriate text messages about Reed while investigating her. Proctor is listed as a potential witness for both sides in this second trial.
Both.
Canton Police Officer Kevin Albert and State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanek were also disciplined. Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully was transferred out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Jury impanelment is scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The process is expected to take several weeks.
They think this is going to take several weeks, y'all, to get a jury. Okay? Several weeks. What are they going to... Dude, you can't just be kicking people off for no reason. So, come on in. Let's talk about it.
Reporting live this morning at Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, Todd Kiskiewicz.
What, you guys know why it's so dark there? Because of the buffer zone. They had to come out during a time when the buffer zone and the cops were going to allow this. That's why you got to get out there so early. I don't even know if they're tailgating appropriately down there, but we'll be down there. There's really no reason to be there. Bev, did you see some of her rulings? We're going to go over it, but one of the interesting ruling was that we were not allowed to talk about, okay, and describe the jurors in any way. Okay, there was just, you couldn't describe what they look like. So, you know how like when I went to Delphi, I was like, oh, this person looks like, I don't know, Jennifer Aniston or something from Friends, or this person has this type of a haircut. That would be considered a no-no. So my hopes and dreams went down the drain when Bev said I couldn't do that. Bev got a haircut. Well, she better be wearing that hair up at least 2 or 3 times during this trial for my picks. Jury selection will be a mess, and it's their fault for having this retrial. I cannot believe they're doing this again. What a waste of fucking money, man. I was watching TikTok with other day, and they were out with signs for Karen. Yes, they were going to be out there for signs for Karen all day long, morning and night. As long as Bev wears her hair up at least 2 or 3 days, I'll be happy camper. Okay, Bev. All right, so Colin is out, but he could still be kind of brought in. That's just the initial ruling. I personally believe that he could still be brought in. Let's go to. I thought I printed that. Oh boy, what is this shit? Defendant's motion requesting audio access to sidebar, conference during voir dire, and certificate of service filed. The defendant is entitled to be present at the sidebar during impanelment all stages of trial. No additional accommodations are necessary. Denied. What the fuck, you bitch? Bev Canone comes out and denies it. And I mean, I bet you that Bev was like, you would have put a juror on? Fuck you. Pay me. Watch me. So Karen Reed will not have a headset on. She wants to wear a headset. Sorry for the mistake in my sentence. Oh, don't worry. I do it all the time. It's all good, baby girl. Baby boy. Yeah. So yeah, Karen Reed is not able to wear a headpiece at the side, well, during sidebars. And this is during jury impoundment, is because she didn't want to be up there. And then these people feel like, oh God, she's right there. I don't want to say things that are going to offend her, or so I'll just be like, yeah, no. Like I'm so impartial. If I was Karen Reed, I would still keep my happy ass at the table. It was for strategic plays, and Bev denies it. Like, fuck you, Bev. Fuck you, Bev. God, I hope you wear your hair up every day. Let's see who's got it.
The second trial for Karen Reed is
the NBC 10 Boston's got it. See them walking in. Here we go. Live. Now, what I'm going to be doing all day today for a decent chunk is, here is the link. I have the right to, at any point in time, click off you and just say, okay, hey, got to go by. It's an Irish goodbye. If you take it the wrong way, shame on you. So that's my disclaimer. But if you have an opinion on the case and want to make yourself known about your opinion, there's the link. I want to hear some wow people going in the bathroom at their workplace and saying, yeah, I got some opinions. I think that I'm in the stall. I'm in the third stall to the left of my corporate job here, and I got some opinions. Are they going to be live today? No. We just get updates from the courthouse. We are getting pumped. Okay. Put your glasses up. Put your thongs on. We are tailgating for the truth. Here we go live. Jean, welcome. Do me a favor and hit the thumbs up. We love the Irish goodbye in my family. I have uncles who are infamous for it. Yeah, that's the perfect way to do it. Dip out. Let's go like this. Cadden Reed. I can't believe we're doing this again, Cadden. NBC 10 Boston. Canton Confidential. One month. NBC 10. 6 days ago. How about a live piece there? Videos. Okay, here.
Reed is about to get underway in less than 2.5 hours. Jury
Judge Beverly Kearney ruled on some major issues that could impact the trajectory of this high-profile case.
NBC 10's Manoj Kongwari live in Dedham. All right, Manoj, tell us everything we need to know here.
Well, things are heating up. It is the first day of jury selection after completing a 38-question questionnaire.
This isn't your first live. Come on.
Before the defense, the prosecution, and the judge.
I actually caught a live. Yeah, I've seen you before.
And will answer a series of questions to determine if they are the ones that should decide the fate of Karen Reed. She's the one accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, back in 2022. Her defense claims she is being framed, and just yesterday, this is what you guys were talking about, Judge Beverly Kearney ruling that in addition to defending Karen Reed, the defense can argue that other people are responsible for John O'Keefe's death. But in order to do so, they need to have adequate and sufficient evidence. That's something they lack to provide in the first trial. While we wait to see what their new game plan is, here's NBC 10 legal analyst Michael Coyne on what we can expect for this jury selection process.
When you're selecting a jury for the process,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, ladies and gentlemen,
prosecution and the defense, you're not entitled to a jury that has lived under a rock for the last 5 years. What you're entitled to is a jury that, despite what they know of the case, is prepared to put that aside and only decide on the evidence presented at this trial.
Well, as you can see behind me, the barriers are in place, and today will be the first day that Karen Reed supporters and opponents have to abide by that newly extended buffer zone that Judge Beverly Kearney put in place specifically for this trial as her way to not taint the jury. But
woo!
I'm going to toss it back to you
Coming
guys
in
at the desk
strong,
to
baby.
clear.
Excuse me, is
With so many
this
moving parts,
Tina?
how
What
long are
the
we
fuck
expecting this trial to
translation?
last, Manoj?
Well, you just heard from NBC 10 legal analyst Michael Coyne. He predicts that this jury selection process will last throughout the month of April. And then both sides have said when you combine their testimony and witnesses, they're expected to take 5 weeks. So we could be looking around that 2-month mark. But to put it into perspective, the first trial began in April and it didn't end until July. Right now, we're live right now in Dedham. Manoj Kongwari, NBC 10 Boston.
Thank you for that reference point, Manoj. We'll have Gavin.
Menage a trois, baby. I love him. Menage. His parents are on point naming him Menage, right?
Selection process will last throughout the month of
Menage.
April. And then both sides have said when you combine their testimony and witnesses, they're expected to take 5 weeks. So we could be looking around that 2-month mark. But to put it into perspective, the first trial began in April and it didn't end until July.
What do you guys think about
Now
that?
in Dedham. Manoj Kongwari, NBC 10 Boston.
Thank you for that reference.
Thank you for that reference, baby. What do you guys think about that? Do they think that this trial, this jury selection is going to take until the end of April? You guys, ladies and gentlemen, no fucking way. Absolutely not. Ring that bell, baby. More buffer zone. Miss Kelly said she was going to come and see us. And I said, you better get your ass in gear and over here. So cheers for Miss Kelly. Miss Kelly and the whole damn Irish crew over there. Woo. Okay. CBS Boston is live. I don't give a fuck. What are they live streaming? Their asses. There'll be no live streaming in that courtroom during jury selection. So they must be Pam. They must be streaming that ass, that fan, #1 fan, baby. No more than 2.5 weeks. I mean, if Bev's taking halvesies, then sure. If Bev's gonna do from 9 to 12 every day, then yeah, we might be here until until June before we start. If she's gonna just take halvesies. Straight up news. Says Karen Reed dropped John O'Keefe off. They had been arguing because of the text from BHJO. Confronted BH, got into a fight. Dog exited, bit John O'Keefe. Several times John O'Keefe went outside or was dragged outside, but sat down and died. The end. What's up, home team? Good to see y'all. Good to see you. Good to be seen. Lady Di, I say defense just agreed to everyone from the jump. Did they? No, that would just be a boom. Karen, hello, Lana. I will need to go back and catch up. You haven't missed much, but put me on 13 speed. You'll be right back here. Bev be cutting the days short. That's why it took so long. Bev be entering after 9. Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting if they think that this is just going to be like, we're going to be this month-long process to pick a jury. Hey, Lana, glad I made this live back at work after 10 weeks off with a badly broken arm. I thought you were about to say 10 weeks off with a baby. 10 weeks off with a badly broken arm. Oh, God. So I missed some of your lives, but happy to be part of the rerun crew. Ooh, sunny days. Here's a question for the jury. WB says, how fucking dumb are you? Shake it. Question number 1. Are you guys all going to shit the bed on us here? We the people. We're the last defense against corruption. Do you believe that? Yes or no on your questionnaires? Lana, that is not appropriate. The fuck it ain't. That is going to be on my questionnaire. Do you believe that you are the last line of defense against corruption as a juror? Yes or no? I want to know. You guys, we were watching Scarface last night. What's your favorite part of Scarface movie? What's your favorite part of that movie? My favorite part is when he just goes into his friend's house and blows him away for fucking his sister, and then comes back home and, you know, has just coke all over himself. Lana, they are live going over instructions. To the transparency, cameras were showing Bev and opening instructions. And then when the jury selection started, the cameras were told to be turned off. That is what is on CBS Boston. Yeah. We'll come in and do that little, you know, you ain't nothing but a hoe. Gina's my favorite part. Is Gina. I think a lot of people named their kid Gina after that show. You guys agree? Any scene with Michelle Pfeiffer in it. That's his love interest in it, right? Well, she's on Quaaludes and she'll just be fucking me again. I could say whatever I want. Those of you guys that are following my Idaho Voir coverage, I want to say thank you to a very special person out there who got me. One of the most amazing 191 pages any girl like me could ask for. I got the motherfucking Idaho State Police fucking manual, internal manual. How you supposed to do shit. Come get me. Handcuff me, y'all. I got your 191 pages, newly revised December of 2024 manual, bitches. How'd I do it? On my knees. Woo! Idaho, take that, bitch. We coming for that ass. Needless to say, I read about 80 pages last night. And I was like, man, maybe I need to break some of this. Are you talking about the lab manual? I'm talking about all the manual. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about everything about them forensic, those crime scene investigators that have to go to the scene and everything that they need to do. That's right. Do you know that if they did not get those knives out of that house that would have been in that house, there's a problem. Like that, if they have a big machete, big fucking, any knife that was in that house that could have done that damage. Everything. I got the labia. I got the labia manual too. I got the Quaaludes. Everything. Coney Maloney, is that right? You'll be the first one to read it. That's so true, Mandy. So here I am over here, like print. Printing off 191 pages. I gotta give old Bessie here. I don't try to break her off and make her do all that at once. I give her breaks. So, anyways, it got me thinking about Karen Reed's case because they have manuals, and I'm just like, didn't do this. Karen Reed's case. Those cops, crime scene investigators, didn't do shit. All right, we're gonna read some of it, like just to have some fun with the Bob gun. What else do we got here? Now, you guys, Bev's Bingo is kicking off, and we have some really cool pictures this year for Bev's Bingo. Bev's Bingo is a hot ticket. Bev's Bingo is always free to play here. Obviously, you have to be watching on this channel so that you know what words and when they're said, and we're going to have a number 1 through a number 75, and each number has a certain word. And our lovely Vanna White's in chat, aka our Blue Wrenches, they have the code, and they'll be putting up, when they're announcing what numbers have been called. But it's the first one to say bingo and actually have it. It's electronical. You're going to download it, and then it's just the same way like last year. Now, Bev's Bingo's in play. The other thing that's in play is the Karen Reed 2.0 Pick'em Challenge. 2.0 Pick'em Challenge. You guys saw the new logo for this year for the live streaming. It'll look just like it does on the thumbnail here today, except I'll just say whatever day it is. So Bev's Bingo. All you have to do is download Cash App, and our winners get paid straight through Cash App. Boom, winner, boom, winner. So if you don't want to, follow a trial, I get it. Trials are boring, right? Well, Bev's Bingo is not boring. And so this is my ad to all of you guys. Thank you so much, Sunny Days. Money towards the cost of ink. I got the smartest ink, or the smartest printer over here, and I will never get a different one. You guys need to get toner. If your printer is not a toner printer, you need to get with that professional shit. Professional grade A ass. So yeah. Anyways, Bev's Bingo is the only place that you can actually get paid for following along on something and having some fun while watching a trial, because there's going to be funny moments. Bev is not going to disappoint us. Bev is going to bring that ass. Okay. Alan Jackson's going to bring that ass. Do you guys know that Karen Reed has nine law students working for her, all for free? Well, duh. I mean, I knew that there had to be some, because that would be the smart thing to do. That's what, us indigent people do over here. We try to go down to Capital University and get into the law library down there. I used to do that. People thought I was a student there. Nah, bitch. But they thought I was a student there. I went there so much. And that's where I would go try to pick up people, because I wanted a lawyer. I said I wanted to date a lawyer so they can just do all my legal lawsuits when I wanted to sue everybody. I wanted RICO on that ass. It's my own personal way of doing RICO. Civil, I wanted a civil conspiracy, and people didn't believe me that it was a real thing. And now they're finding out that it is. And I'm like, you guys are so 5 years behind me. I get with the times. So Karen Reed has nine law students. Like, fuck yeah, that's so awesome. I love it. What an experience for them, man. Like, wouldn't you be like raising your hand if you were over there? Like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. And then you'd be trying to get some credit for it. Like, hey, like Alan Jackson's no dummy. But I bet you that Liza set that up. I would not be surprised if Liza was the one that got involved with that. So why aren't you streaming the jury? What? What's going on here? What's happening here? It's always something. It's always something over here. Let me press this. Oh my God. Hold on. I'll be right back. Can you guys hear me? We've had a malfunction. We've had a complete malfunction. Looks like your camera was unplugged. The fuck it was. It wasn't unplugged. Testing. Can you guys hear me? God bless it. Sorry, I have no idea what's going on. This is Jesus. Jesus is saying, Lana, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, Jesus, I don't have time for this morning. Not today. Not today, Lord. Come on, Lord. Please, Jesus, let me on. All right, those of you guys are just joining us. Karen Reed.
Trial for Karen Reed is about to get underway in less than 2.5 hours. Jury selection will begin at Norfolk Superior Court. We wish everyone a great morning. I'm Raul Martinez.
And I'm LaToya Edwards. So ahead of today's proceedings, Judge Beverly Cannoni ruled on some major issues.
All right, let's talk about what she ruled on. Additional. Oh. Well, I want to be on camera, damn it. All right. I want to be looking at my peeps. What is up, everybody? God says no camera for you today, Lana. Live and in charge here. Commonwealth's motion for larger screen in courtroom. Thank God. So the Commonwealth wants a larger screen in the courtroom. Let's see what else we got. We'll talk about that. Commonwealth's motion for parameters of jury empanelment. The court previously allowed the Commonwealth's motion to check the criminal histories of all 16 prospective jurors. So we're going to be rolling the same way with 12. We're going to be rolling with 16, and then they pick them at the end. Okay. Let's see. Come on in, Hector. What you got for me today? Boy. How's Hector working? Oh, there. Hector's beautiful. Okay, motherfuckers. You guys want to fuck with me today? I'll fuck with you back. I'm smarter than you. So here we go. Commonwealth motion for larger screen. Now comes the Commonwealth and respectfully requests the court for to allow a larger screen in the courtroom or alternatively a second screen to the side of the witness stand that would allow jurors to better see admissible evidence or chalks that are now being projected onto the screen. Commonwealth agrees to assume the costs of the larger screen and or secondary screen and asserts that the technology would be used to merely display admissible evidence or chalks. Why don't they just get a projection screen and start using Hector? I don't understand why they're not doing it this way. Okay. You can go get a sweet ass Hector, all right, and put that shit directly on a huge ass projection screen. Okay. And because like what type of screen are you trying to bring in here? They brought in a screen for the Delphi case that was big or whatever, but like a projection still blows that out of the water. Think about when you're at a bar and you're sitting like way far away from it and you can still see the TV like banging. Bring in a projection screen. I just don't understand. Okay. It's just really not that difficult. I mean, I get it. The Commonwealth, like they don't know how to get anything done. Commonwealth's renewed motion in limine to exclude expert testimony of Garrett Wing. God, they're trying to just rip out at the last minute here reconsiderations. What a sham of a trial, God. Please let the truth be known. Freebird, I feel you. Thank you so much, Lady Di. 10 gifted memberships. Woo! Did you grab yourself a green one? Okay. Love it. Love it. I'll leave it. Print that shit. Print that shit. All right. So what do you guys think? You guys think this is going to be approved? I think Bev is going to say check. I think Bev's going to give it the big old check mark. What do you guys think? Let's talk about this reciprocal discovery. Now, Hanky Panky was going nutsy putsy over some crap. And so this was put in a couple days ago, and it was notice of reciprocal discovery regarding the ARCA witnesses. And so these are his requests. He wanted a complete statement of all opinions to be expressed by Daniel Wolf and everybody else. And the defense comes back and says this information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has already been produced. Okay. And it can be found in the ARCA report, the voir dire testimony, and trial testimony of Dr. Wolf and Rentschler. Like nothing's changing, basically. Request 2 is that they want all notes, reports, and materials relied upon either witness for reviewing this specific case. Sick. Look at all these sick. Look at Liza pointing all this shit out. I love it. Like, homie, I have to just put sick in here. And you do that when somebody just can't type and they fuck up shit all the time. So I love it. All notes, reports, and materials relied upon either witness, like sick. Like that's just not, like we're not the ones that are typing this up so shitty. Okay, they are. And it was like all materials reviewed by Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler were listed in the ARCA's report. The United States Attorney's Office formally authorized the defense to independently retain ARCA and produce additional discovery to the experts for the review on March 26, 2025. Okay. That same day, the defense provided additional materials to ARCA, including, the Attorney General's office did not allow them to give them more information. They had to wait until they got, like, the defense wrote them. And then, so the defense is saying that just happened March 26th of 2025. Okay. So that same day, then the defense provided additional materials to ARCA, including Welcher's reports for potential rebuttal testimony. So then, like, that's what you would do. All materials were immediately produced to the Commonwealth in reciprocal discovery. Yep. Thank you, Sherry D. Gotcha. A copy of all materials provided to, so then the Commonwealth is saying request 3 is that we want this material, which is a copy of all materials provided to ARCA or any representative of the United States Attorney's Office by any member of the defense team or by the United States Attorney's Office. So all copy of all materials provided to ARCA. The request includes all materials, including written, documentary, video, witness statement, and witnesses produced. All materials provided to ARCA by the defense have been produced in reciprocal discovery. And this is what they gave them. A copy of the grand jury subpoena issued by the United States Attorney's Office to Attorney David Yannetti dated November 22nd, 2022, demanding production of all materials produced in discovery to date by the Commonwealth, and Commonwealth was Karen Reed. So that's interesting. But the Attorney General's office was asking for that back then. That's an interesting date. Because I think that they went to the Attorney General's office talking about that this is like, we need you guys to come in. So take a look at that. Karen gifted 20 Truth and Transparency memberships. It is just a given Tuesday. Make yourself known if you turned green. Things that are in play, things that are out of play for trial 2. Woo-wee, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Way to go, Karen. I have already turned 59. 20. Yes, I love it. We have 30 new members today, thanks to Lady Di and Karen. So, all materials produced and discovered to date by the Commonwealth and Commonwealth for Karen Reed, as well as relevant investigative, was produced. So that's what David and Eddie was like. I turned over my whole file. Okay, I turned over my whole file. And now here Hank's like, yep, I want to need that whole file. I want all that shit. So I'm gonna file a motion here just so I can get on the docket. Okay. Now, if you guys were watching the Lori Vallow case, okay, Lori Vallow. Now, I only follow some of Lori right now in terms of because she's like pro se, but I'm ready. Lori Vallow put that Eaton dude on her witness list, who was like a reporter, and his lawyer, Eaton dude, went in and like argued on behalf of Eaton to be like, that's fine if you want to put him on the witness list, but he's going to be in this courtroom and he's going to be covering the case. So I've been wondering and waiting to see when we're going to make some moves here for Turtle Boy to be in that courtroom. Okay. Like, are we going to hear from Turtle Boy's lawyers saying you're trying to keep Turtle Boy out of the courtroom? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've been asking you guys for the first 2 hours here, you're supposed to be filling out these questionnaires. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like a water. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So right now the jury is filling out some questionnaires. Let's see. All right. Thank you. The fourth request is all materials provided to either witness after the conclusion of the defendant's first trial. All materials provided to Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rensler after the conclusion of the defense's trial have been produced. Describe and produce any exhibits to be used as a summary or like supportive opinion. All exhibits, including any exhibits necessary for rebuttal of Welcher's testimony, have been produced. Okay, right there. So describe all compensation paid to either expert for all work done regarding this case, including case preparation, testimony, travel, and expenses. So what do we have there? Well, $27,606.41. The only funds paid to ARCA to date is the $27,606.41 detailed on the invoice, previously produced to the Commonwealth in reciprocal discovery. On March 26, 2025, the defense retained ARCA for the second trial. A copy of that retainer agreement and the rate sheet was produced to the Commonwealth. So they were not put on retainer until the 26th. Now that's what you would do. Also, what you would do here is learn something new every day. Try to, at least. But are you guys aware of how experts when they're retained, it goes through so when you go to law school and you pass that good old bar and shit, the things that you're taught about is, your ethical duties and blah, 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 blah. One of those sections is called your expert witnesses. And your expert witnesses, they have a contract with you. So let's say, Alan Jackson's firm. Alan Jackson's firm goes and they produce a contract to whatever expert. They have to pay the retainer for that expert. Okay. They do all the handlings. It's a contract between those two people. You are supposed to keep your defendant the fuck out of any and all of that. Okay. What you are supposed to do is, if you're going to trial and you know that you're going to have to retain people and stuff like that, in the beginning of when you were going through the process of somebody hiring you and all of those things, you would create like it's like a retainer in a way, but you would have money in an account, okay, in like an escrow account that would be set aside. So, hey, here we go. I'm going to need a retainer, and then I need $50,000 in an escrow account for our experts, and then that's what we pull from. So Karen Reed has no, like, she is not supposed to go out and go rally up fucking experts or something like that. Okay. Karen Reed is supposed to be communicating through her attorneys, and her attorneys go out and get these experts. And these experts just truly like work with the lawyer. There is very little interaction between the defendant, which would be the client of the lawyer, and the expert. So just so you guys know that. Now, if it's somebody that has to evaluate you, that type of an expert, obviously that's different. But provide any contract agreements or documents related to data. Blah, blah, blah. All information responsive to this request has been produced. And what else? Then request 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So provide all written communications, including emails and text messages between any member of the defense team and that. All information. Provide copies of all testing not previously disclosed, including crash tests, video reenactments, and any other testing materials and results, regardless of whether the witness will testify to the information or at trial. All information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has been produced. So that's an interesting answer there. Okay. To the extent additional testing is conducted in furtherance of rebutting the testing conducted by whatever aperture, that's the Commonwealth's people, that information will be produced forthwith. So it's coming. Provide all written communication, including emails and text messages between the United States Attorney's Office and employees of ARCA. All information in the possession and custody and control of the defense has been produced. So, which I wouldn't imagine how the defense would have more than the state. So, let's see. And then 12. Provide all communications between the United States Attorney's Office and any members of the defense team as it pertains to expert testimony in this case, including dates and substance of phone calls. This is why they say lawyers, you have to take really good notes and documentation of when you're doing things. So that's why billing is such an important part of becoming a lawyer. Because your billables are basically the number one way to see what anybody's done in a case is your billables. And when you don't have those billables, nobody should ever be paying a lawyer. And you should really be looking at your billables to see what the fuck they're doing in your case. And you'll be amazed at how much money goes to somebody opening, reading, and responding to an email. All communication responsive to this request have been produced. Karen, $1,999.99. Woo! Boom! We're partying over here. Karen, I just love you. In case you guys didn't know, Karen Ellis is my mom. She lives in another country. So yeah. All right. Tui. They gave over the Tui. So that reciprocal discovery just really honed in on the archepeeps. The archepeeps. Now, here's something that it's in a way has something to do with the Karen Reed case. And I want to talk about this Betero letter that was put out March 29th, 2025. Because it does have something to do with this case. And this is from Mark Betero, obviously. And this is going to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, okay? And it has to do with, obviously, his case, but it has something to do with Karen Reed. Dear Mr. Cosgrove, I write to follow up on numerous outstanding specific Brady, Giglio, and Rule 14 demands dated October 8th and 17th, 2024. Like, how damn dare you not get back to somebody, okay? Prosecutors and defense attorneys supposed to be working together, right? And then this footer right here is copies of the October 8th and 17th, 2024 demands are attached here too as exhibits A and B. All right. These demands relate to relevant part to Catherine Peter, who, on information and belief, assisted the Commonwealth's investigations and prosecutions of Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed. And Karen Reed. This bitch Peters and Karen Reed. And Karen Reed. As part of her intertwined relationship with the Commonwealth and several witnesses against them. Isn't that crazy? As detailed in the October 8, 2024 demand, Miss Peter, motivated by her obsessive hatred of Mr. Kearney, which she exhibits daily on social media, immersed herself into the Kearney and Reed matters with the blessing of the Commonwealth. Although these specific demands were made more than 5 months ago, you have neither disclosed any information or material in response to them, nor represented to Mr. Kearney's defense that no such evidence exists. In the interest of avoiding pointless litigation and unnecessary waste of court resources, I respectfully request a formal response to this demand within 2 weeks. Effective March 1st, 2025, and amended to Rule 14 of the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure, expanded the Commonwealth's duty to investigate whether there is any discoverable evidence within the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution. This is it was just fluffed up, Rule 14. And Rule 14 saying that now you have to just go a little bit above what we were asking for before. And so that's why it says it expanded the Commonwealth's duty, in which is to investigate whether there is any discoverable evidence, the prosecution team, and to then promptly disclose it. Under the new rule, the prosecution team expressly includes all persons under the prosecuting office's direction and control. Hello. You are now required to inform every member of the prosecution team whom you have quote unquote reason to believe may be in possession of items or information subject to discovery about the obligations of this rule, and then inquire of each as to the existence of any such items. Like, you have to go and ask your people, okay? Like Lally, homie, he was supposed to go, ask his people, do you have things, right? Prior to March 1st of 2025, you were obligated at a minimum to question Kenneth Mello, Massachusetts State Police members, John Fanning and Brian Tully, and Miss Peter herself, as part of your obligation to learn about the existence of any discoverable evidence. See Exhibit A, paragraphs or pages 4 through 14, paragraph B, 5 through 6. Rule 14 now requires you to inquire of each member of the Reed prosecution team. Get on over there. Of the Reed prosecution team for the existence of discoverable information and material given both A, cases are under the direction and control of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. B, the subject matter of Mr. Kearney's case overlaps with Ms. Reed's case. C, both cases involve the same MSP investigators, Fanning, Tully. D, the Reed prosecution team close relationship with the numerous witnesses who will testify against Mr. Kearney. And E, the Reed prosecution team's clear interest in and recent intervention into Mr. Kearney's case. This is the footer for that. Damn. The Reed prosecution team has sought information from you about Mr. Kearney to use as quote unquote consciousness of guilt. We know you talking to them motherfuckers. Evidence against Miss Reed. So they have included Mr. Kearney on their witness list against Miss Reed, despite seeking judicial approval to access Mr. Kearney's cellular phones under Rule 17. Lead prosecutor Hank Brennan nevertheless has expressed his belief that he has an absolute right to access evidence against Mr. Kearney without judicial intervention. Mr. Brennan and you have implied that counsel for Miss Reed and Mr. Kearney assisted in, or at least condoned, a conspiracy between Miss Reed and Mr. Kearney to intimidate witnesses scheduled to testify against them. Although a grand jury refused to indict Miss Reed and Mr. Kearney for allegedly conspiring to commit witness intimidation, you noted in a March 20th, 2025 filing that the Commonwealth's investigation remains open. How? How is that not taking a bite out of the same apple? It is. In response to Ms. Reed's request that I join her defense team, Mr. Brennan recklessly and inaccurately suggested, without stating his purported source of information, to the court that I shared protected material to mutually benefit Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney. Oh, hold on. Consequently, now going back after the footer. Consequently, any discoverable information and material in the Commonwealth's possession, custody, and control, whether the Kearney or Reed prosecution team, related to Ms. Peters' involvement with the Commonwealth and or witnesses who will testify against Mr. Kearney, must be collected and promptly disclosed to his defense. Like, what are these people doing? Okay. You know how long ago he was arrested? You know how long it took them to get a taint team? I'm sorry, but I am of the opinion, and I will always be of the opinion, you don't waive your speedy for shit, okay? First of all, the reason that everybody wants people to waive speedy trial, all right, I'm sorry, but that's the lawyer game. The lawyer game is a proven fact, because it's just numbers game, is that the longer that you have your lawyer and the longer that something continues, the more money who makes? The lawyers, okay? The House. And you know who's the first person to try to talk you out of your speedy trial rights? Your own fucking attorney. And it's royally pissing me the fuck off. I'm so sick and tired of hearing that you don't have time to adequately prepare and blah, blah, blah. You know what? There's a thing called strategy in the world. All right. And the house. And a big strategy that I would think that you would want to consider is the fact that none of these prosecutors, they have all these cases, right? They can't bring the shit to trial in that time frame. Nor can they get the shit done that they would need to have the evidence against you. Okay. And, you know, in the Daybell case, that's what she's been screaming, you know, my speedy trial, right? I don't care if an attorney tells you that we have to, no, do not waive. Nope. It's a trial. And just say the words, this is my trial strategy. Use those words. This is my trial strategy. Okay. I am not going to give the state all of this time to figure out a way to fuck me. You understand? It's not happening. So fuck you. My trial strategy is very plainly put. There is nothing against me, but I'll be damned if you're going to try to invent and go out there and get stuff to then try to show a jury that, yeah, look at all this. We see how they just arrest people before they actually do any investigating. Okay. So my advice to people that find themselves ever getting arrested, if you waive your right to a speedy trial, you're a buffoon. And if your lawyer says, well, I can't, you get public defenders. Okay. They work for you. Any lawyer you get works for you. But you say it nicely and you say, listen, it's my trial strategy that I do not want to waive my right to a speedy trial. Okay. And what can I do to help? And then you tell them, well, it looks like you're going to have to employ some of those resources over there at the public defender's office to make sure that I'm not going to waive a right. Period. And you just tell them that it's a trial, it's a trial strategy. And that right is afforded to you for a reason. Okay. Because once you waive that, you are then stuck in this fucking criminal justice system for a long time. For a long time. And it's bullshit. It's absolute fucking bullshit. If you arrested me because you have probable cause at all of this shit, right? Is that right? Well, then let's go. Bring it. We're going to trial in 6 months. We're going to trial in 90 days. Whatever the fuck it is. And I think it's 90. I want to go to trial in 90 days. There ain't no state that's going to have shit against you in that time frame. They will be only using what they have got to that point. Especially if you're innocent, man. Especially if you're innocent. You don't need people, you know, and then they're going to try to come at you. And the moment that you don't waive speedy trial, guess what they're going to start throwing around? Plea deal. Plea deal. The moment that you don't waive your right to speedy trial, then they're going to start throwing around plea deals. Plea deals. Plea deals. Time is money. Eat a bag of D's, baby. Woo! You can waive speedy trial right to the last minute of like when you're about to go in there and go to trial. You could say, Your Honor, I asked for a the moment that you as a defendant ask for a continuation, that's when you're waiving your rights to a speedy trial. I waive my rights to a speedy trial. I need time to But remember, if you don't waive your right to speedy trial, there's a case management that gets put out, and there's deadlines that they have to get experts and blah, 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 and do all the stuff and get you all the discovery that they can use, because there's a deadline of that then. Then they can't use anything additional against you. Okay? So and just use the words trial strategy. Okay, so woo, 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 woo. I'm just sick and tired of seeing people getting railroaded out here. Okay, and then these attorneys that are your defense attorneys are saying, well, I can't effectively represent you like this. Well, figure it out, motherfucker. Okay, because guess what? It's called trial strategy. I'm willing to take a little off here. Okay, what do you mean you can't effectively? And then ask them to explain why. Say, what's the problem here? We don't even have discovery yet. You don't even know if you can defend me. What do you mean? I want you to put a motion in right now to get my discovery. And I want to see how long this takes for us to get this discovery. Then once we get the initial disclosures, we will know that there's a shit ton more out there that they have and they haven't disclosed. And we can either work it one of two ways. If they don't turn it over, remember, they can't use it against me, right? Is that right? That is right. Then we find out that there's exculpatory shit that they didn't turn over. Then they fucked. No. So, but this is the problem. People don't know how to talk like that to these defense attorneys. And I just think that that's something that we should be teaching our kids in school. I think there should be a class called government. I took it in school, and I loved that class. I loved it. I'm just sick and tired of seeing people get bullied by attorneys. And this is actually a refreshing case for me to see. Tim Bradel and the work that he's done in this case is fucking beautiful. I love that man. Okay. He's a constitutionalist. It's so great. And then the work that, Alan Jackson's team has done, and Yannetti and so woo, 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 woo. I do. I tell defense attorneys to get their shit together every day. You know that lawyers are the number one procrastinators in the country for job. Like, it's just part of their, who they are. And I'm going to tell you why. It's made that way in who they are with the way that school works. Your test, the big test you take is everyone's cramming right there at the end. So it's all procrastination. The really good attorneys are really good time management people, delegating. All right. So I was reading all about it. And all the attorneys are the number one procrastinators. That's the number one procrastinating job in the country. Oh my God. You are wound up tighter than a top, Lana. Love it. I don't know what that means. Okay. But I'm over here just helping out our fellow Americans not get fucked. There we go. She's just the devil woman says, well, hell, I should have been a lawyer. I'm awesome at procrastinating. I know. It's like masturbating. It feels good until you realize you're fucking yourself, right? Yes, all day. Speedy trial, baby. Exactly, right? Oh, man, I'd be a great lawyer then. Wound up right is legit. A top that you spin like those little plastic toys. All I have to say is magic shit. You guys, how awesome is it that Ashley Jennings says magic shit every time she wants to talk about the magistrate? Oh, well, Cosmo does say that you're your best lover. You know how to work your box right. If you can't work your own box, then how do you think anybody else is supposed to work your box? All right. I just love it. Okay. Back over here to this shit. So this, of course, includes prompt disclosure of any evidence that the Reed prosecution team has in their possession, custody, or control, which adversely impacts the credibility of any witness against Mr. Kearney. So otherwise, it's called favors him or casts doubt on the case against him. You know, those type of things. Your disclosure obligation to Mr. Kearney remains irrespective of your view or that of the Reed prosecution team of the evidence, reliability, credibility, or admissibility, and without regard to whether the information has been documented. In other words, where the subject matter is discoverable, you must promptly disclose it. Any information doesn't, you know, that's basically saying, hello, we know that doesn't help your case. You still have to turn it over. This Miss Peters broad, I think she's in for a fucking rude awakening. Any information derived from conversations or interviews between or among Miss Peter, the relevant witness against Mr. Kearney, and any members of the Kearney/Reed prosecution teams, even if it was not memorialized in any way, as evidenced by the October 8th and 17th letters. They were demand letters. There can be no doubt that the Commonwealth has in its possession, custody, and control discoverable material related to Miss Peters' involvement in the cases against Mr. Kearney. MSP Lieutenant Fanning has sworn that an unnamed civilian, Miss Peters, provided the MSP blah 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 and blah blah blah, and that the MSP blah blah blah. See Exhibit A. Miss Peter has admitted under oath that she has been, quote unquote, cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on Mr. Kearney, end quote. She has boasted under oath that Mr. Kearney should blame her for her legal issues because, quote unquote, I am furnishing information against him. What a dumb bitch. You know, they say everything that can be used against you will be used against you. That just doesn't work for the cops either. It works for, God, what a dumb fuck. That's under oath, y'all. That ain't hearsay. She has described herself as a potential witness against Mr. Kearney and acknowledged meeting with Mr. Mello on the same day Mr. Kearney was arraigned for his allegedly, intimidating several witnesses against Miss Reed. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. The Norfolk DA's office has recused itself from prosecuting at least 2 witness intimidation cases against Miss Peters, in which she is the defendant. So why would they be doing that? Because they're conflicted out. And blank that Mr. Kearney apparently failed to recognize that the Norfolk DA's office recused itself from prosecuting Miss Peters because she was blank. Within 1 hour of Mr. Kearney's October 11, 2023 arrest, he was arrested you guys understand? This is going on 2 years. October, it'll be 2 years. He can't even get discovery. Miss Peter announced on X that, quote unquote, we know about alleged witness intimidation of Reed witnesses by one of her attorneys. What? She strongly implied that she had seen text messages to support this absurd claim. Wait, what? You guys, do you hear that? Within 1 hour of Mr. Kearney's October 11, 2023 arrest and seizure of his phones by MSP Detective Lieutenant Tully, Miss Peter announced on X that we knew about alleged witness intimidation of Reed witnesses by one of her attorneys. She strongly implied that she has seen text messages to support this absurd claim, that Karen Reed's attorneys are directing witness intimidation. Miss Peters' own text messages, blank, confirmed that she leveraged her direct access to Mr. Mello and the MSP to help the Commonwealth's prosecution of Mr. Kearney. She told blank that she would blank, 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 blank. about Mr. Kearney's alleged crimes. Miss Peter has bragged about her close relationship with and access to blank, 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 blank. In these circumstances, it is hard to fathom how the Commonwealth could not be in possession, custody, or control of discoverable information and materials referenced in the October 8th and 17th demand letters. To be clear, we demand any and all information and materials subject to disclosure under Brady Giglio or Rule 14, including but not limited to evidence of Miss Peters' involvement in the Kearney and Reed cases and evidence of interactions and communications, including their substance, between and among Miss Peter, the Kearney prosecution team, the Reed prosecution team, and Reed case witnesses who also are expecting to testify against Mr. Kearney, including but not limited to Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, former MSP trooper Michael Proctor, and Julie motherfucking Nagel. Woo, Julie! All right. Crazy, right? Well, the jury is not with us. They are answering questions like this. So I'm going to act like I was a juror and fill my juror questionnaire out. All right, Lana, what do we got here? It is alleged that on January 29, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, killed her boyfriend. Is there anything about this description of the case, the charges, or the victim, or that victim on an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial to the case? No. So let's see. Juror number. On number one, bitch. Do not include your name, damn it. Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Yes. Do you have opinions regarding previous experiences as a juror? Nope. Do you have any religious or nope? Don't mix politics, don't mix religion. This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving? Well, only if I can have a reality show. So I want a reality show. So I'm good. This case is expected to garner. Oh, wait, that's supposed to be here. Okay. Do you, any family member or close friend reside? Fuck no. Thank God. I deliver for D&E Pizza. If the testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more? Never. No. This is how I fill out school forms. Conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is a police officer? Disbelieve? No. I'm wary. Call me Barry. They're gonna be like, who is this broad? We want her to come up on the stand here so we can just see what type of special person this is. Do you believe law enforcement officers are generally fair and accurate in their investigations? Yes. Do you have strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? Sure, yeah, of course. And just to be on my toes. Head on a swivel. TikTok's awesome. My preference for news. Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity showing support for law enforcement or outside? I mean, I have an FOP card. Have you ever been involved in group community that was critical of the police? I don't march, but my birthday's in March. There we go. Have you or someone close to you ever had education, training, or work experience in any of the following fields? Law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic violence? No. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol? Well, yeah, my parents told me I could never do that. What do you mean? I have personal beliefs. Like, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it's stupid. Bad things can happen. Have you ever been involved in a group, organization, participated in a march? Nope. But I've been involved with, of course, the prom promise. I don't do drugs. Friends can. I don't judge. They're gonna be like, who is writing this? We want this juror. Has anyone close to you ever been involved in an incident involving drinking and driving? If so, would that experience prevent you from being a fair? No, it wouldn't prevent me, but how do I answer that? Well, yes, somebody has to this, but no, it wouldn't prevent me from being, I mean, this is where it gets confusing for me, because it's like, am I supposed to assign everybody that went out that night a DUI? You know what I mean? Have you or has anyone close to you been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle? Of course. I mean, I don't live under a rock. But I like the rock. Go Raw. Monday Night Raw. Can we be out early for Monday Night Raw? I have plans. Have you or any family member, what? Let's see. Have you ever been a victim of a violent crime? No. I have 10 cameras at my house. And I carry 2 guns. I'm good. You guys, what if somebody sent you, if you're Alan Jackson, wouldn't this be one great way to get out of being on the jury, answering questions like this? Oh, is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair? Why? No, I need to see it. I'm not just going off of a written report. Have you ever been a victim of a what? Oh, this is all supposed to be on this line. No, I have not. During trial, you will hear testimony about medical treatment, death, and review. I have no problem with that. None. Bring it. Do it. Do you believe Karen Reed should have to prove her innocence? Who is Karen Reed? That's how people should be answering. Who the fuck is Karen Reed? Oh, is that number one? Did they say Karen Reed up there? Oh, number one says Karen. So, okay. But no, I do not. Fuck no. If the defendant doesn't testify, do you think she is probably guilty or hiding something? No. Right to remain silent. Plead fifth, always. Okay. Do you know or recognize anyone you have seen today in the courtroom? Yes. I banged a couple. At a lifestyle lounge. Swingers. Would your answers to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging? Fuck no. No. I'm proud as fuck. Bring it. Just for the record here, they may not remember me. I was wearing nothing but pigtails and high heels. Maybe a mask. It was a Mardi Gras party. Do you have any concerns about your personal privacy? No, just my privates. No, just my privates. Present video camera. No, I told you I want to be on camera. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now, juror number. I'm number one. Today's date. Okay. Do you have any knowledge of this case gained from any source? Well, yes, of course. Television, kind of. I'm a streamer kind of girl. Radio, no. Fuck no. Newspapers, online reads. But They cost money now. Only one free view per day. And I check my horoscope instead. Okay, magazines. No. Internet, of course. Twitter. Sure. Little. Social media. Yeah, isn't that what this is? Facebook? No. Instagram? No. TikTok? What is that? Other. YouTube lawyers. And trolls. Okay. Podcasts. Family? No. Friends. Ugh. If you call strangers online friends. Observations in the community. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Standouts. Honking. Beep, beep. Overheard discussions at VFWs, at American Legions. Other. Yes. I wiretapped all phones. Okay. Jesus. I wiretap all phones, so yes, I hear all. What are the details of the case that you are able to recall? House long to die. Google search. Tail light. Cop fired. Hoe activity. And snow. Lots of snow. Okay. Are you aware of any specific impact this criminal allegation has had on your community? Impact? My community? We love it. Canton is thriving. All bar sales have gone up. Tourists. What is your primary source of news and information? Myself. I'm a YouTuber. Did I mention that? How often do you read or print online newspaper, magazines, blogs, and what sources? I make lots of phone calls. I call lots of people. Speaking of which, let's call the courthouse and ask them if we have any updates, if any jurors have been retained. Are we retaining the jury? Let's see. Norfolk County Superior Court. Let's give a call. We don't need.
Thank you for calling the Norfolk Superior Court, located at 650 High Street, Dedham, Massachusetts, 02026. The business hours of this court are Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., excluding legal holidays. If you know your party's 7-digit extension, please press 9 now.
I don't.
For the civil clerk's office, please press 1. For the criminal clerk's office, please press 2. If you are trying to... Clerk's office.
Hi, I was just curious. Have you guys had any jurors yet be picked for the Karen Reed case?
No, they're just getting started.
Oh, okay, great. Are you guys going to be updating somehow?
I do not believe so now.
Okay, so if we were to call back, would you know?
Most likely not, because they're up in the courtroom. I'm down here.
Oh, okay, hon. Thank you so much. You've been very helpful. Have a blessed day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. They're just now getting started. Well, have a blessed day. Let's call Turtle Boy and prank him. Let's play a prank on Turtle Boy. Norfolk. It's the Norfolk. Here. Have a blessed day. They're just getting underway. Trick Daddy, let's go. Let's see what else we got. You guys think I'll get picked? What do you guys think? Have a blessed day. Is that you? How often are you exposed to news from radio, television? Oh, 24/7. I can't stop watching. Addicted. To news. Like threesomes. What is your familiarity with the case prior to today? Everything. I stalk this case. Bev is the judge, and I just adore her brass tits. She is a straight up boss bitch. Hearts forever. Mark Wahlberg. Fear. Have you had discussions about this case prior to today? Non-stop. Is there any reason you would be unable to follow? Fuck no. Instructions from Bev? Oh, easily. Of course. I love her. I have to stop watching the news. Oh my God. What? And I cannot perform independent research? No. I want to do all the testing. I want to play with all the evidence. I want to be the foreman. I want it all. Is there any reason you would be I love Bev. Whatever Bev says goes. Oh God. Are we being sequestered? How would you know? If I did or I didn't. Will I have to wear an ankle bracelet? Is there any reason that you are inadvertently exposed? What? No, I put myself in it. I happily thrust myself into this case. I want to meet Gemma Cabe and stare at her. She's going to look my way 47 times. I want to see her live. I need to know everything. All right, Juror 1, we'll get back to you. Thanks so much. Oh my God, should I just stick around? Like, what do you think I should do? Should I just like totally stick around? Are you guys going to like call me to the stand? Like what? Do I have to raise my hand? Am I being sworn? Am I being sworn? Just give it to me. Just straight up. Just what do you got? Oh. Well, the Commonwealth comes through and says, now Commonwealth in and above its caption matter and respectfully requests this honorable court exclude testimony based on a violation of Rule 14 and the defendant's presumption that they are entitled to rebuttal expert testimony. On March 25, 2025, the Commonwealth received a 24-page report of Lieutenant Garrett Wing, a suggested expert in dog training and dog bites. The defense proffers Mr. Wing as a rebuttal witness to the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. James Crosby, claiming that Dr. Crosby's conclusions are flawed and incomplete. Well, yeah, they already put this on the record and said, well, we don't, if you guys don't put in homie G and he doesn't get accepted, okay, then we don't have a rebuttal. But we have our rebuttal if you're going to say that homie G is in. And Bev said that homie G is in. They're expert. So then they disclose their rebuttal. He is such a fucking idiot. I mean, Hank, you're a moron. Duncan, $10 for TNT Dynamite. Woo! Awesome. Awesome. Let's see. However, previously to the court in defense, the Commonwealth did not intend to call Dr. Crosby in its case in chief. The Commonwealth intends to offer Dr. Crosby only if necessary to rebut the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. There is no sub-rebuttal in Massachusetts courts. Wait, what? So Crosby is a rebuttal? So they're not going to bring it up in... I see what they're saying. So Hank's over here like, we're over here talking about how hard the ground is and that split in his head came from the ground, causing it to split. Awesome. So remarkably, the defense own proffered expert has rebutted certain opinions of Dr. Russell. Remarkably, I love that word. Remarkably. Mr. Wing has publicly stated that Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries were in no way attributed to paw, claw, or scratch marks, and that it would be very rare for a dog bite to be a puncture wound, where 99 out of 100 times dogs cause lacerations, not puncture wounds, particularly when a dog is untrained. Why? What? This is awful. And this is true. Further, the defense has also objected to this line of testimony stating a jury should not hear from a dog behavioralist on what the cause of the wounds to the right arm of the decedent. A trial judge has substantial discretion in determining whether to allow the presentation of rebuttal evidence under the Massachusetts Rules of Evidence. The trial judge generally has discretion to permit the introduction of rebuttal evidence. However, there is no absolute right to present rebuttal evidence that only supports a party's affirmation case. If permitted by the court, the Commonwealth's intention to call Dr. Crosby would be a legit and appropriate response to the defense case and relevant to rebut the defense claim that the victim's injuries were sustained by a dog attack. You guys, this is awful. This is awful if this is true for the defense. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Like, Yannetti would know if you cannot offer a, you can't do a rebuttal to a rebuttal? What? He has to be interpreting this wrong. This report better be with this. You know how Hank likes to just write shit? This cannot be possible. There is no way that Alan Jackson would submit a report. I think it's a it looks like it's scratches, but it also looks like that plow. That plizzy plow. The defense's position that they would then be entitled to call Dr. Wing to rebut the Commonwealth's rebuttal is unfounded and not appropriate under Massachusetts law. The defense may not present one theory of causation in her case in chief and, as a matter of right, present a different theory of causation in rebuttal, nor may the defense offer evidence that merely supports her own claims in rebuttal, especially when the defense is aware of this proffered opinion prior to trial. And dude, this is fucking horrible. If this is true, this is horrible for the defense. Or it's just, dude, this case is becoming sloppy. This is a slop fest. There is a saying that when you have too many fucking people working on something, you guys, shit gets, This is not good. You guys hearing me out there? This cannot be good. This cannot be accurate. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say about this bullshit. For the aforementioned reasons, the Commonwealth's motion to exclude expert testimony should be allowed, as the defense is not entitled to rebuttal testimony, especially where the proffered opinions of Mr. Wing is solely to support the defense's own claims in its case in chief. Well, then that doesn't make sense, because if it's supporting its own case in chief, then it wouldn't be going against Marie Russell. No, it's not that there's too many cooks in the kitchen. It's not that there's too many cooks in the kitchen. It's, well, maybe, but there needs to be one person that would be looking over all the documents. And that's where I would have thought, like, unless you would be coming in to say, okay, wait a second, no. But see, he doesn't know. This is crazy. I don't even know what to say about that. It's wild. Wild if true. Wild if true. Oh, that's a little too late. These are already in. Oh God. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Karen reads emergency motion for relief from this court's March 31st, 2025 order impounding clerk's list of jurors. Okay, so this is being allowed. Now comes Karen Reed, the defense, in the above captioned case, and respectfully moves this honorable court for relief from its March 31st judgment order to impound the name in the clerk's list of jurors for Norfolk County. Miss Reed asks for this list to be released to her legal team with the understanding that this information is not to be disseminated to the public. Miss Reed and her legal team will abide by any protective order imposed by the court. Allowed, as stated by counsel, the information is not to be disseminated to anyone for counsel as you. So they got the list. Karen Reed's defense team gets the list of jurors. So that's good. So Miss Reed's ability to review this list even more vital given the high profile nature of the case, as more efforts are required to determine if jurors are truly fair and impartial. The Commonwealth requested Cora checks on jurors due to apparent unwillingness to take jurors at their word regarding their criminal records. Similarly, Ms. Reed is requesting juror information in an effort to determine exposure to the case and potential biases. So I think that these 9 law clerks were brought on for this purpose. Here we go. This is a list of everybody that has been summoned here today. Start digging, bitches. Start digging. So they have a list, and this is a way. Unreal. Anyways, if you want to get off of a jury, I suggest you just fill out your juror questionnaire like this. You will be excused. Next up, what else do we have on the docket here today? Karen Reed. Let's see. Well, let's look at how this buffer zone. Okay. Community notice. Community notification, Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed trial. On Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, the Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed trial is scheduled to begin at the Norfolk County Superior Court located at 650 High Street in Denham. This case continues to attract a significant amount of attention. Let's print these off. Print. I'm going to print that too. Why not? Print that. And print that too. Fuck it. All right. So here you go. Here's your Dedham. Town of Dedham Police. Through multiple agency collaborations, a plan has been formulated to provide the safety and security for all in and around the trial venue. The justice on this case has issued a memorandum of decision and order of Commonwealth's motion for buffer zone, prohibiting signs or clothing. A copy of this order is attached. Please note that the buffer zone, as articulated in the order, has expanded. Okay, we have expanded. Let's go like this. Let's see. I'll make this a little bit smaller. We don't need another. Okay. So actually, Whoopsies. I want to turn the other way. All right. So here we are. This is that area that everybody, like that's the grassy area that you couldn't be on, but everybody would park like along here. Karen Reed's SUV, would pull in like this. And that's how they would come in like from this way and be in here. They were hanging out here. Yeah. So this is, look at that. So then, let's see where this is. High Street. Where the fuck is High? Peaceful demonstration area. That's got to be like down like over here. Province Road. Let me make sure. Yeah, right there. Is this where people are setting up? Does that look like that area? It does. I don't know. That's the buffer zone. Where's High Street? High. Yeah, it's got to be right here. That looks like a bunch of parking. Okay. So there you go. All the way down over here is what I believe people are standing here peacefully protesting. Because these are businesses. Like there's like bagel shops and shit. Like you can like get food and shit. So they're taking over this is High Street. Yeah, it's right here. This area here. That's where you can go and peacefully protest. A designated peaceful demonstration area outside of the buffer zone will be reserved in the Keystone parking lot on Eastern Ave. Closest to the intersection of Province Highway. Yep. And that would be, yep. Mm-hmm. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. So right here, this is the peaceful protest area. And where that is located is all the way down here. And the courthouse is here. I mean, you guys, that's a little bit of a walk. You ain't hearing shit out there. But like you can still stand here and be like you just have to be outside of that. But that's where they've blocked off for people to. So you think that you're going to use the common area maintenance area of businesses that pay for that in their rent each month? I would tell the city that they can go fuck themselves if I had one of these businesses right here. Okay. Because I'd be telling them to go pound salt and they can pay me my rent money that goes to that for my parking just to be a fucking bitch. And I'd probably get the money. So that is common area maintenance for people that rent there. Guaranteed. See what else we have. So Norfolk Street will be closed during the trial related activities at the courthouse between Court Street and Pearl Street. Pearl Street may be closed intermittently throughout the trial. There are no other planned road or sidewalk closures at this time. Roadways, sidewalks, and businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. We ask anyone who may plan on peacefully protesting. Nobody's peacefully protesting. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like what we're doing out there is protesting. What we're doing out there is we're cheering on Karen. Okay? Like them wanting to change this into protesting. I don't see that as what people are doing, but maybe. I don't look at myself as protesting. I look at myself as going there to support. But maybe up until that point, it would be protesting. But fuckers, we have a trial and the trial's going on. So I would hope that you're supporting. We ask anyone who may plan on peacefully protesting to read and comply with the court order. The beginning of the buffer zone on public ways will be marked with signage to inform members of the public. Norfolk Street will be closed during. Okay. We anticipate that there will be an increase in activity in the area during this trial. We urge all to exercise patience when traversing the area. If you need a place to park, please park in legal parking spaces and in compliance with the posted restrictions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dedham Police. Woo! Let's give them a woo. Oh, here we go. We got it. Karen Reed. He put his alleged witness, Aidan Kearney's motion to be exempted from sequestration. I knew that was coming. Okay. Here we go. I was wondering when they were going to put this in. It's in. Okay. Let's see how they do this. Yep, there's Bradle. Thank you, Bradle. I knew he was going to do it. When they put this in today, March 30th. Okay, let's take a look at it. March 30th. Cheers. Here is the link, you guys. Come on up and tell me, is Karen Reed innocent or guilty? Make yourself known. Hit the link. What do you guys think? Innocent, guilty? What kind of case is let's see, is Hank gonna put on? Here we go. Turtle Boy. Now comes Aidan Kearney by and through his attorneys and respectfully requests that this honorable court exempt him from the court's sequestration of witness order. In support of his motion, Aidan Kearney states the following. Number one, Mr. Kearney has been named as a prosecution witness in the above entitled action. As detailed below, the Commonwealth has represented that it may call him as a rebuttal witness to establish Karen Reed's purported consciousness of guilt. Number two, Mr. Kearney is an independent, credited journalist who has been issued a press pass through the media office of the Supreme Judicial Court. Journalism is his full-time job and his primary source of income. Since early 2023, Mr. Kearney's reporting has almost exclusively focused on the Reed case. His coverage of the Reed case includes publishing articles, which to date number over 500, live tweeting important case developments as they occur, and hosting an online stream in which he discusses and analyzes issues related to the Karen Read case. His streams often attract tens of thousands of people. Who watch Mr. Kearney for case news, updates, and analysis. Number 3, the Karen Read case is a high-profile criminal case which for more than 2 years has been the subject of extensive local and national media attention. The case is a matter of great public concern in substantial part due to Mr. Kearney's reporting on the matter, which started in 2023, and his belief that Miss Read has been framed as part of a corrupt and or incompetent investigation by law enforcement, which has included the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the Massachusetts State Police, and collusion with assorted civilian witnesses. I agree. Mr. Kearney's reporting played a prominent role in the creation of the Free Karen Read movement, a nationwide and worldwide group of Karen Read supporters that has grown so large and is so vocal in their support of Miss Read's innocence that the court, balancing the First Amendment right of Miss Read's supporters to express their opinion, the case with Miss Read right to a fair trial created a buffer zone for their free expression prior to the first trial. Due to the immense public interest in this trial, which has substantially increased since the first trial, and the court's concern that jurors not be impacted by Free Karen Read supporters expressing their First Amendment rights, the court has expanded the buffer zone for the second trial. Put simply, the public interest in this case is immense, and it is critical that the credited journalists be provided the opportunity to cover and report on the trial. Number 4, in what appears to be the latest move as a part of their ongoing plan to silence Mr. Kearney by suppressing his critical coverage of this case, the Commonwealth seeks to exploit the sequestration order by naming him as a potential prosecution witness, which would subject him to the routine general sequestration order entered in this case. It would also lead to his exclusion from the courtroom and prevent him from reporting on the case. In essence, the mere act of naming Mr. Kearney as a potential prosecution witness would enable the Commonwealth to silence a journalist who is an influential supporter of Karen Read and a leading critic and foe of the prosecution. The Commonwealth's desire to entirely gag and sequester Mr. Kearney such that he could not even observe the proceedings or discuss them in any manner will harm the public's right to information on an important matter of public concern, since many people rely on his reporting for updates on the case. If Mr. Kearney were subject to the sequestration order based on the mere possibility that he might be a prosecution rebuttal witness on the relatively minor issue discussed below, which may not even be admissible against Ms. Read, it will literally prevent Mr. Kearney from performing his chosen profession, cause him great economic harm, and unduly restrains his First Amendment right to provide the public with information on a matter of great public concern. There is a danger that excluding Mr. Kearney from the courtroom and denying him the opportunity to cover this case will cited as precedent by unscrupulous prosecutors who in future cases place any vocal critic with a public platform on their witness list in order to silence their criticism of the government. This is absolutely correct. To the extent the court, this is number 6, to the extent the court has any concerns with the impact or content of Mr. Kearney's First Amendment right to report on this case during trial, the court's repeated admonition to jurors about their obligation to avoid any media coverage in this case, including online media, will ass usage? You guys, I just saw sausage. Fucking dead. And that's not what it is. S usage. Any concern that Mr. Kearney's right to report on the trial may improperly influence the jury. Indeed, whether Mr. Kearney is able to report on this case or should not impact the court's well-founded concern that the jury not be exposed to any outside media influences, irrespective of whether that content tends to favor Miss Reed or the Commonwealth. Number 7, in considering the Commonwealth's motive for placing Mr. Kearney on their witness list, thereby subjecting him to the sequestration order, the court should take note that this is not the first time Commonwealth lead counsel Brennan appears to have exploited a witness list by including journalists critical to his position on it for the purpose of suppressing their ability to report on the case rather than for a good faith reason to examine the journalist / purported witness. In U.S. versus James Bolger, oh, wow, damn. The defense team, which included Mr. Brennan, sought to exclude 3 journalists whose reporting was understandably critical of Whitey Bulger, a notorious and treacherous gangster and murderer, by naming them as potential witnesses against him. Wow. Look at them transcripts filed. They filed the transcripts. Fucking A, ain't your first rodeo, Brennan. You think you're sly. You think you're sly. The court denied the defense's effort to exclude the reporters from the trial, finding little danger of fabrication, inaccuracy, or collusion. The court noted that the First Amendment interests of the journalists to report on high-profile matters of great public concern outweighed the minuscule risk that if called as an impeachment witness, their presence covering the case as journalists could shade their testimony. The court also questioned the defense's claim that testimony from any of the journalists would be admissible or necessary. Here, the ostensible purpose for the Commonwealth's inclusion of Mr. Kearney on their witness list is to keep him, quote unquote, on ice as possible rebuttal witness regarding Ms. Reed's purported consciousness of guilt based upon her alleged communications. 5. With Mr. Kearney, those purported alleged conversations, they have consciousness of guilt, my ass. Notably, the Commonwealth already has represented to the court that they do not intend to introduce any such evidence in their case in chief, and that they only intend to do so through rebuttal if the defense opens the door during cross-examination of witnesses the Commonwealth alleges were intimidated by Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed. At best, the purported evidence of Ms. Reed's consciousness of guilt and Mr. Kearney's testimony in support of such a claim is weak, speculative, and to the extent that it is even remotely admissible, its probative value almost certainly will be outweighed by its prejudicial impact. Thus, without regard to the merits of the Commonwealth's speculation about Mr. Kearney's knowledge or ability to provide relevant evidence of Ms. Reed's purported consciousness of guilt, the likelihood of the admissibility of the evidence and or the Commonwealth's need for Mr. Kearney's testimony at the trial is virtually non-existent and is substantially outweighed by Mr. Kearney's First Amendment right to report on the case and his right to earn a living. Fuck yeah. This is what I said. I said, fuck this dude. You're not going to fuck his life up like this. Go Turbo Boy. Assuming, arguendo, that evidence of Ms. Reed's consciousness of guilt based upon her interactions with Mr. Kearney is admissible, it is hard to fathom why the Commonwealth would deliberately draw attention to Mr. Kearney's actions and his and his motivation for them by calling him as a witness without having any opportunity to speak to him in advance of his testimony. It strains credibly that experienced prosecutors would willingly afford Mr. Kearney the opportunity on direct examination, no less, to explain and then place in context the substance of his purported communications with Ms. Reed, where such evidence clearly would be harmful to the Commonwealth's case and almost certainly support the defense's I don't have public school education. My only public school education is the University of Cincinnati. I'm a Catholic girl, private schools, baby. Come on now. Put simply, the likelihood that the Commonwealth will actually call Mr. Kearney as a witness appears virtually non-existent. 10. It is clear that Mr. Kearney's First Amendment rights as a journalist to continue his reporting on a matter of great public concern and his right to earn a living substantially outweigh the Commonwealth's dubious and transparent speculative assertions that he may be needed as a rebuttal witness. Mr. Kearney respectfully brings this matter to the court's attention before jury selection begins on Tuesday, April 1st. Ooh. 11. In these circumstances, enforcing a general sequestration order to exclude Mr. Kearney, accredited journalist, from attending the trial and reporting on the case would violate the First Amendment. There is no question that he has a First Amendment right to attend the trial of this case. To the extent the Commonwealth has, in fact, sought to exclude Mr. Kearney because he is a well-known, vocal, and prominent critic of their case against Ms. Reed, the First Amendment does not permit or tolerate discrimination between members of the press in granting access to trials and other governmental proceedings, including where, as here, Mr. Kearney's exclusion appears to be based upon disdain for the content of his reporting rather than his actual need as a witness. During the first trial, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police, an essential witness against Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney, acting as a messenger for prosecution witness Gretchen Voss, blah, 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 blah. Miss Voss did, in fact, attend the first trial despite being on the Commonwealth's witness list. Oh, take that, boy. Oh, boy. That's so horribly bad. Oh, he'll be there. Good. Oh, boy. 7. Exception to this sequestration orders are commonly granted. There is abundant precedent for exclusion from a sequestration order with respects to certain categories of witnesses, such as government case agents in criminal cases and expert witnesses in both civil and criminal cases. Given the unlikelihood that Mr. Kearney will be called to testify, and in view of the exceedingly narrow scope of any relevant testimony he might offer, the public interest in his being able to cover these proceedings far outweighs any conceivable interest in excluding him from the trial of this case. Indeed, the Commonwealth sought and obtained exemptions for District Attorney Meatball and a victim advocate, Steve Nelson, get in here, in the case at the final pretrial conference, 2 witnesses who clearly favor the prosecution in this matter. Finally, number 14, based upon their placement of Mr. Kearney on their witness list and recent filings and proceedings held before this court and Judge Sitsky's, It is obvious that the Commonwealth A believes that Mr. Kearney's testimony will incriminate both himself and Miss Reed, and B knows that if Mr. Kearney is called as a witness, he will be unable to report on this case. Yuri's math teacher. If this gets denied and they don't call him, he should sue. Yeah, well, I don't think this is going to get denied. I don't think Bev wants any part of it. I wouldn't want any part of this. I don't think that the county wants any part of this. As the court is aware, Mr. Kearney presently is under indictment for several counts of alleged witness intimidation related to his interactions with some of the witnesses against Miss Reed. In March of 2024, a grand jury declined to Mr. Kearney and Miss Reed for conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. But on March 20th, 2025, Special ADA Cosgrove represented that this matter was still under investigation and could result in the Commonwealth impaneling a second grand jury. Putting aside the issue of whether the Commonwealth may offer Miss Reed's alleged uncharged bad acts, which are presently under investigation as evidence of her consciousness of guilt during this trial, is a matter to be addressed by Miss Reed's legal team if appropriate. It is clear that if Mr. Kearney were examined under oath as a prosecution witness, the Commonwealth would seek testimony from him, which they deem incriminating to Miss Reed and himself, as relating to the existence, this existing indictments and the alleged investigation citing by Mr. Cosgrove. There can be little doubt that the Commonwealth would then seek to use Mr. Kearney's Reed trial testimony against him in a proceeding against him. Like, this is all bluff. In these circumstances, number 15, as attorneys for Mr. Kearney, we have no choice but to inform the court that if Mr. Kearney were to be called as a witness against Miss Reed due to the proposed subject matter of his testimony and the circumstances described above on advice of counsel, Mr. Kearney will assert his Fifth Amendment privilege, and refuse to answer any questions. This fact, without more, should exempt Mr. Kearney being subject to the court's order for sequestration of witnesses. And guess what? Mr. Cosgrove just blew their dicks out of the water by his, well, just so you know, Lana, he will back up Russell exactly. Well, that's the problem, is whatever report he put in, according to Hank, does not back her up. So I just hope to God there isn't some mistake. But we all know how Hank plays. So, this is just so sloppy. It's become so sloppy. It's, covering this case. Like, I just, all this other, like Hank Brennan has made this so fucking, Hank Brennan has made this a slop fest. Okay. Lally at least shut the fuck up and did his job. Hank is literally making this the spectacle that it was. So that's my opinion on that. I'm not saying that it's not. I don't think you have to read the documents that are filed. The documents that are filed with what Hank just put in today, okay? He is leading the courts to believe that, and you can't have in Massachusetts, so I'm looking it up myself, you can't have a rebuttal, so in Massachusetts. So it's all within. Hank's a slop lord, yeah. Amy says, the shit that pisses me off is that you see reporters from mainstream news approach suspected killers outside the court all the time and say things like, why did you do it? Did you kill her? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Listen, it's clear as day that back in the day, they tried to shut up Turtle Boy and everything that was being pushed. Well, so now here we are. Here's the trial. And this witness list is insane. This witness list is absolutely insane. All the people that they put on this witness list. And now all these people, if you didn't go about this type of thing, hey, I should be exempt from this. You know, they're not supposed to be watching any of the trial. And it's like, do we really believe that that's happening?
There's the frontal boundary. Get on out of here. We have no more use for you here. And that'll wrap around, again, more that northwest wind, a stability force. Here, we have no more use for you here. And that'll wrap around, again, more that northwest wind, a stability force for us. High pressure is back in the driver's seat, at least for tomorrow. We'll have more sunshine, drier conditions. But as that departs, another system moves back in. That's actually going to be our Thursday system, likely pulling in some showers from the south, as well as warming conditions from the south as well, which is why Thursday is actually going to be elevated. So around 70%.
70%. So just look at the forecast over there for people that are partying it up. Let's go to my favorite decision. Third party culpability, baby. Oh. All right, so there's a protective order and the prosecution cannot pump out Aidan's shit. Got that. Here's the combined witness list. You guys, it is so many fucking people. It is so many fucking people. It's wild. There you go. Order, so it's granted. Yes, Lynn's, yes. She had on the dog specialist a while ago. That is correct. Is that what you're talking about? Melanie had the dog out a long time ago, so here we go. So this is your combined witness list. And whoever did this is a complete fucking idiot. Okay. Why aren't we using last names first? This is in alphabetical order based on whatever your first name is. I think did they do it on purpose so they could put him first? You know, just like, look at this. Angela Malvino. Malvolone. The Chungs better be called. Anthony Flamati is a fucking tool fuck. All right. Ashley Bell. Who's Ashley Bell? Ring my bell, Ashley. You know, who is Ashley Bell? Ashley Valier, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory. Yep. Brian Albert. He is up for third party culpability now. There you go. Brian Albert Jr., my favorite. Brian Higgins. Up. There we go. They went ahead and they did some they stipulated so these records people, there was a bunch of stipulations. So I bet you that this person's not going to be called. Caitlin Albert, come on down. Oh, I'm interested in this. I want to know if Chief, yeah, I think so. I believe that Chief Hannah Rafferty is going to be in the Commonwealth case in chief. Christopher Albert, Christopher Curran, Colleen Crawford. Colin Albert is still on the witness list there. Now, wouldn't it just be great to see if somebody says that Colin called them at 12:30 a.m. for a ride? Because then the question is if somebody was to get up there, would this then open the door? Because in the order, which I will go over, it says that Colin Albert wasn't there when John O'Keefe was there because, you know, Allie came and picked up Colin Albert. So I also want to know if during the first trial, if they were like, listen, we're trying to keep out as many people from this, like, you know, younger kids, like 17 and 18-year-olds at the time. You know, Courtney Proctor, Kurt Roberts. I want to know who Carrie Roberts was out bowling with that night. Daniel. He's a Canton Fire. I mean, how many Canton Fire Department people do you think we're going to hear from? Derek Ellington, Wake Forest, North Carolina. Dr. Marie Russell, Los Angeles. Elizabeth Proctor. Eric Hanlon. Who's that? Is that Steve Hanlon's brother? Aaron O'Keefe. Fowler. Okay, I know what he's being called for. Gretchen Voss. Heather Maxon. Come on down, girl. Roberto Hernandez. Yeah, Brian Albert beat the fuck out of me. So now he becomes very relevant if you're going to be going third-party culpability. If you're going to go third-party culpability, he would know about potentially. That's why I just wish this is in a different order. You know, Brian Albert beating up people. Well, you're going to have a way to go back at them. If people testify differently, I mean, there's a motion limiting, but you're going to be able to ask about stuff at sidebar, put in motions during the trial. I was really interested to find out when Bev made a ruling and said, hey, you guys didn't ask even to present third party. Let me get that motion that I'm going to use. Let's see. Damn, I have so many of these fucking motions. They file all this shit. Oh my God. Okay, here. Aaron moved. Aaron moved. The Commonwealth has moved to preclude the defendant from raising a third-party culpability defense. The defendant has alleged 3 potential third-party culprits, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. For the reasons that follow, the Commonwealth's motion is allowed in part and denied in part. Okay. And so the opportunity to present third-party culpability evidence is granted. Now, I don't want to see the defense get all bogged down into this shit. John O'Keefe wasn't on the lawn, okay? John O'Keefe wasn't on the lawn. So as far as this case goes, evidence that a third party committed the crimes charged against the defendant or had the motive, intent, and opportunity to commit the crimes is admissible, provided that it has a substantial probative value and will not tend to prejudice or confuse the jury. Proffered evidence must have rational tendencies to prove the issue the defense raises, and the evidence cannot be too remote or speculative, okay? So Colin Albert. As to Colin Albert, the defendant's proffer contains no additional evidence that presented at the first trial, and it is insufficient to support a preliminary finding that Colin Albert had the motive, intent, and opportunity to commit the crime. Now that tells me that the defense is not saying anything about Colin Albert asking for a ride, or did they at that 12:30 a.m. time? If he messaged that Aaron, I mean, that to me would be very interesting. If I'm asking you at 12:30 for a ride, if I'm Colin Albert to this person, then how could Allie have picked me up at 12:10? Why would I be calling and asking for a ride? So that tells me that wasn't proffered. The evidence of opportunity is wholly inadequate. There is no evidence that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived at the home. Evidence at the first trial was that Colin Albert had already been picked up by the time O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at 34 Fairview. And that evidence comes, and this is what's interesting though, that evidence comes from Allie, okay, McCabe. But guess what? In the second trial, this is what you would be arguing. In the second trial, based on the Commonwealth's list of witnesses, they weren't going to be calling Allie McCabe. So then how is that not one of your arguments for Colin Albert to be a third-party culprit? Is, well, Your Honor, they're not calling Allie McCabe as a witness. And so who, it's just going to be, Colin's going to be testifying that he was picked up by Allie McCabe? And Allie McCabe's not going to be up there corroborating that? So just think about that for me. I'm just, the Commonwealth isn't calling her. The people that put Allie McCabe on the list was the defense. And so that's interesting. And that should be interesting to a lot of people. So again, this evidence at the first trial that Colin had already been picked up by the time, well, when is this jury going to hear that this time around? So interesting. And maybe they'll be waiting to make that argument when they see that she doesn't testify. I don't know. As to motive, the defendant contends that Colin Albert had been in a feud with John O'Keefe in the weeks and months leading up to O'Keefe's death, and that Colin Albert had thrown beer cans on O'Keefe's lawn and swore at him. Well, wouldn't there be some text messages in his phone? Okay. And that where you would try to get this in is, oh, wait, did you ever go through John O'Keefe's phone to Nick? And did you see these messages about, so Colin Albert, and did you see these before? If you went through his phone, if you downloaded, if you extracted it, right? And so where's the defense? All you have to do is pull up John O'Keefe's phone and his text messages. If he ever made them and sent them to anybody about, took pictures to show what his lawn looked like, and that he said to anyone that, I caught Colin or something like that. Again, there was, however, no evidence substantiating these claims at the first trial. To the extent that at the upcoming trial, the defendant would offer hearsay testimony to support the claim that Colin had a feud with O'Keefe, to be admissible, such evidence must be otherwise relevant. And I would think text messages, that would beat the hearsay present sense, go ahead and fucking try to get that shit in, not tend to prejudice or confuse the jury. And there must be other substantiating or substantial connecting the links. So even if there was evidence of some ill will between O'Keefe and Colin Albert, motive alone is not enough to demonstrate third-party culpability. Fact of tensions between the neighbor and the victim was not indicative of the neighbor's motive to kill, and the defendant offered and produced no evidence suggesting that the neighbor had any opportunity to kill beyond that possessed by any neighbor. So here's where I just disagree with Bev saying like that they left at 12:10. She got there at 12:10, so that means like you can't like leave right at 12:10. But every witness testified that they didn't know when Colin Albert technically left. So that came out in trial, like asking Frumpster Sarah and Julie have another White Claw Nagel. All these people, no one knew what time Colin Albert technically left. And remember, at first it was that he was never there. Then it's like, okay, he was there, and now, oh, but he left. That to me is concealing Colin Albert's whereabouts. So I don't know. I just disagree. But moreover, the theory that Colin Albert is the third-party culprit because he had scraped knuckles at some point after O'Keefe's death, had been seen in a video drunkenly taunting others with no connection to O'Keefe, and apparently was not named in police reports, is speculative at best. I disagree. It's circumstantial, is it not? Anybody that would have scraped up knuckles, that's circumstantial of like what? then all of these things, I don't know, speculation. What do you mean? What did Proctor testify about that? You know, they're offering gifts to each other. Hey, thanks. We're going to get you a gift after this. You know, like, I just think Karen Reed, even if she's found guilty, she has so many fucking ways to appeal. This is not even funny, but third-party culpability theory that the victim was shot by. Okay, that's another case. I'm just trying to keep you guys just with this case. Accordingly, evidence that Colin Albert is a third-party culprit is excluded from trial because they're not going to allow feeble third-party culprit evidence. It poses a risk to unfair prejudice to the Commonwealth. I wouldn't think that it would. In fact, it would make, I would say, yeah, go ahead and use that. It makes you look desperate that you think like a 17-year-old did this, you know? But the first people that you would ever cover for are your kids, you know, your godfather covering, you know, so Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, though, guess what? They still on the table. They're on the docket. They're on the ticket still. As to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, the defendant's proffer is barely sufficient. She wants to use the words. I mean, this is when you know you're biased, is every time that Karen Reed gets like a win, okay? It's always got to be preceded by a fucking adjective that is pure shit. Barely sufficient. You know what, Bev? Go give a blowjob. Go get your hair blown and then get blown. I mean, ridiculous. Barely sufficient. This is what they teach you not to do when you're writing motions, by the way. I mean, if I was to write something like that on my behalf, like that's being emotional. So it's barely sufficient, and the history of the first trial case casts doubt on the seriousness of the claim. And the history of the first trial casts doubt on the dude. Where the fuck is John O'Keefe? He ain't on the lawn. That's what is a direct, like, whoa. Where's John? That's all you have to make t-shirts of is, where is John? That's what makes it plausible. Where is John? And then just put 12:30 to 6 a.m. on a fucking t-shirt. And that's right there is not guilty based on that. Where is John? However, to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, see how I'm only doing this to protect her right to a fair trial so that she can't appeal. However, to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial and in recognition of the fact that the defendant has no burden to prove anything under our law, the court will take the same incremental approach as it did in the first trial. Defense counsel are ordered not to mention potential third-party culprits in opening. To mention the third-party culprits, they can say she was framed, okay? And that's what Alan Jackson wanted some clarity on, but Bev seems to struggle with that. But counsel will be allowed to develop the evidence at trial if possible, and counsel will or may seek an appropriate instruction if warned after the evidence is concluded. Now, when I saw this and then saw this, it's like, dude, Alan Jackson and his team cannot make these mistakes. The court notes that the defendant at the first trial, under an identical order, did not seek an instruction on third-party culprits. Like, that's... that can't happen. Though the court may ultimately exclude the proposed third-party culprit evidence or counsel may abandon the theory, that does not mean that the defendant cannot offer the evidence to show the inadequacy in the police investigation, provided that the proper foundation has been established. And this all comes down to a timeline. You need to really get and hone in on your timeline of events with the investigators. The movements of Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert. Brian Albert was not with Chloe at that house at 6:30 when the police were there. The cars prove it. There is not enough cars in the driveway. They are missing all these cars. Where are they? So it's hereby ordered, but just if you think about it, if you're a defense attorney and you're able to find out about stuff like this because you had these motion limines just right before your trial, how does one prepare for a trial if you don't know what your strategy is going to be based on rulings? That's why I think this is fucking a joke. How does one prepare for a trial with their strategy? Okay, this is how we're going to attack this. This is how we're going to attack that. I mean, and it goes both ways for the Commonwealth, for the defendant. And, Brian Colbert is having his motion limine hearing April 9th and 10th for a trial that's in August, because you get everything in and then here you go, all your expert disclosures, here's your motion limine. And now both sides have 4 months to then put their case together based on what you're going to be allowed to do and what you can't be allowed to do. I mean, yeah, there can be other motions that get filed after April 9th, but to think that you're being, yeah, whatever. So, all right, well, that is my thoughts on Karen Reed. I think it's crazy if they think that the jury selection is going to take a month. Okay, absolutely fucking wild. Absolutely wild. Absolutely crazy. So, and all I have to say is if we get that bigger screen, hell yeah, for us trial watchers, let's get that bigger screen. Let's see what else I have. I'm telling you, Matt McCabe, he is the house-long Googler. Both times, facts, 100. 100. It is a fact that Jennifer McCabe's cell phone, the night of the incident at 34 Fairview, that cell phone never went up any flights of stairs. Neither did her watch. And then when she got home, the only thing that went up a flight of stairs that night when she got home was her watch. Then the next morning, her phone doesn't come upstairs until 5:32 a.m. But what's even more significant, Harris, more significant, is that when they go to 34 Fairview and Jennifer McCabe has to, go inside to get her sister, her watch goes up the flight of stairs, but her cell phone doesn't. And this was right after she supposedly made a phone call to her husband 10 seconds prior to going up the stairs. So her phone's on her person. And it's because she didn't have her cell phone. She passed it off to her fucking husband, who then calls himself, sets it up like that's why he was called over. I mean, it is just so fucking blatant. And I just cannot believe that nobody has truly looked at Jen McCabe's watch and phone details like that. Her cell phone, Jen McCabe's cell phone, never goes up a flight of stairs while at 34 Fairview. Never. and the watch only goes up one time at 6:30 and some change to go upstairs to supposedly like wake up her sister. The reason that Nicole Albert gave Jennifer McCabe her husband's cell phone number that Jen then saved is because when Jen called, she called 2 different times. I believe that Nicole said, Brian's not here. Chloe, he's not here. Here, I don't know. Here's his number. I don't know where he's at. And gave her the number. And then she went to, that's when the police then show up. So she didn't call him yet. But Brian Albert was not there. And it makes sense, right? Here. Well, what's his number? Give me, I don't have his number. So she called, what's his number? Give me, then she saves it. And then it isn't until after Matt McCabe arrives that at 6:23 that phone call happens. And then look and see where she doesn't have her phone at that time. Jen McCabe is sitting still. The phone's off, walking. And then while the phone's off walking and Jennifer McCabe's sitting still, based on her watch, at 6:26, house long is then Googled again. So it's so much for judicial economy. If it's going to take a month to get a jury, they most certainly could have moved this trial to Western, where folks don't even listen to the Boston news. Yeah. I mean, it's so simple. Call all these people to the stand. You show how the state's own witnesses or the Commonwealth's own witnesses, they don't place John there. They don't see him. They don't see him on the lawn. Where is John O'Keefe? Okay. And the only other place that you could be instead of on the lawn would be in a vehicle. Okay. It clearly wasn't in Karen's vehicle. And in order for Karen to be the guilty party and have struck John, it would have had to happen before 12:30. Okay. And that's when everybody is all right there. All, the Maxton and the Richie and the fucking Nagel dude and Julie Nagel's coming outside. I mean, they would have witnessed Karen Reed blast that motherfucker. Okay. And that just did not happen. Did not happen. And Matt McCabe was not laying in bed hearing Chan, Chan, Chan. Nothing of that sort happened. Matt McCabe was figuring out with Higgins and helping Higgins to put that body on the lawn. It's just crazy. Absolute craziness. Who was it? Let's see what I have here. Okay, yeah. Print this puppy. Actually, I don't have to print it, but that's fine though. Fuck it. Let's do some Tuesday shots. Everybody. Howdy. Thank you. Let's do sake shots. Everybody, sake. Is today Tuesday? They have Sushi Tuesday. Look at that. Look at that. Nope, too late to get over under spreadsheet. Nope, not too late. Look at this. Why isn't Matt on that list? Well, Matt's a pussy. And so all Matt just knew about everything. If anything, maybe Matt took his little loafers and gave John a couple kicks. But here's the breakdown. I mean, you can't. Oh man, you just can't. Woo! But the big part is right here. Oh yeah, yeah. Titty Tuesday. Cheers. Look at this. Look at this. We'll be at the trial. We're gonna go for a week. Look at this. So 605, 609, right here. So this is the watch. Look at Jen sits her fucking ass down at 6:17 and 50 seconds. She's done walking. And she does not walk again until 6:26 and 20 seconds. This is her watch. This is what she's wearing. Okay. But at 6:19 and 7 seconds to 6:26 and 28 seconds, okay, how does the phone take 28 steps during that period of time? Oh, Lana, you're right. Wow. Wait, what happens during that period of time? Well, tell him, Johnny. Well, that's 6:23. So while the phone was moving, at 6:23, Brian's called. And why would Brian have to be called? Well, because Brian's not fucking at the house. That's why you call somebody. Okay. And then at 6:26, what happens then in 6:27? Well, actually, I think at 6:22, house long to die in the cold. What, Lana? House long to die in the cold? So after 6:17, when she passes off her phone because she's sitting still from 6:17 and 50 seconds and 6:20. So you're telling me that there's no way that she could have Googled while Karen is saying Google house long to die in the cold? Yeah, that never happened. And this is proof that it never happened, which I have no idea why the defense isn't using. I mean, I put it out there and people want to cry. This is proving that Jen McCabe lied and said that when she was sitting next to Karen and Karen told her to Google this shit, bitch, you're sitting still for this period, 6:17, 50 seconds to 6:26. But somehow, oh wait, you hand off your phone to your fucking husband, house long. And what does he do? He has the phone. He runs the Google search because he ran it the night before because he knew what he needed to do because he's the IT guy and he needed to cover that shit up. Okay. Also, he's the one that fucking told his wife exactly what to say. You're going to say that Karen told you to Google that. Then he calls Brian because remember, I'm telling you, they never thought that Jen's phone was ever going to be taken. So that's why Matt McCabe calls Brian from that phone. And it's like, you guys are all fucking nuts. But then the bigger part is that when, and what pretty much proves it, if you weren't a believer then Jen calls, or also when he takes the phone, he calls himself. He calls himself from her phone. All right. And then let's see, where does she go up those stairs? Let's go get her flights. Let me see her little flights here. Boom. She goes, who's a crazy in the There you go. So right here. 6:28 to 6:36 and 6:32 and 6:38. She makes her phone call, then she's gonna go up the flight of stairs. And then if she has her phone with her, then the phone should have went up the flight of stairs, and it doesn't. Only her watch goes up the flight of stairs. God, it's so fucking obvious. And people could say, well, maybe she just left the phone in Carrie Roberts' car. No, you guys, because she's right by the door to go in the house. And then she has 10 seconds before then she's going up the stairs because this phone supposedly called her husband. So if she would have had it when she's about to walk into the house, then she has it when she's going to go up the stairs. And she doesn't because only the watch registers it. It's because Matt McCabe, and this is why Matt McCabe wanted to see, hey, Tully, let me see. I want to see when you guys have me on camera with those dash cams. I hope the defense uses this data of yours, Lana. They need to. It's accurate as fuck. It's broken down perfectly. I sent it to them. All you have to do is give it to Green and say, does this have legs or not? And it does. It's just sick. It's sick. So you're just going to have somebody testifying to the fact that, an expert saying, well, the watch is, stopping at 6:17 and 50 seconds, and then the watch starts again at 6:26 and 20 seconds. And what's interesting about that is if you back up and you look at 6:05 and 43 seconds, see how it's just like one step? Anytime you take one step, it's like you're about to get out of the car, but you don't. So you're taking one step. And so this is when she was on the phone with 911. Okay, see that right there? And that's why it's registering her watch, one step. When you just take one step, why would you ever just take one step? Because you're like about to get out of a vehicle. But here she goes and she sits down at 6:17 and 50 seconds, or she like literally just is frozen standing in the same spot from 6:17 and 50 seconds to 6:26 and 20 seconds. But what I believe is that, and if Karen can remember, did Matt McCabe walk over to wherever you guys were sitting in the back of the vehicle? When did you see Matt McCabe, Karen? And Jen passes off because I think he comes over and he's like, oh, I left my phone at the house. Let me see your phone. And so, do you have your phone? Let me use your phone. And so he lies to his wife, grabs the phone and walks away. Or if you think that she knew about it, then same thing, like but oh my God, look at this. Jamie, we have no idea who you are, but this is Tina with the Fuck Transition Services. If they had Karen's SUV information system data, GPS, and timestamps, it will show he hit John and everyone and everywhere she drove. Honestly, you guys are going to be so disappointed. Okay. I think you're going to be disappointed. So you think that that's the information they went out and got in Texas? Yeehaw! Weehaw. We have a potential caller. Calling all. But this is the time frame. And so how do you explain how the watch registers a flight of stairs, but the phone doesn't? Well, that means that the phone didn't go upstairs. That's how you fucking So if the watch would register a flight of stairs and the phone doesn't, what is your expert opinion on that, Mr. Green? That would mean that the phone isn't in the possession of the person that's wearing the watch and going up the stairs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, but so is it your expert opinion that Jennifer McCabe didn't have her cell phone on her person when she went up the stairs at her sister's house? Yes, that's what the data shows. Okay, so let's back up a little bit. But Jen McCabe made the 911 call. Yes, that's her voice on the 911 call. I listened to that. And that was between, this time right here. And so the 911 call happens up until a certain point. Then she's clearly, the cops are there. You can see she gets out of her vehicle and the cops are there. And she's making these steps. Okay. So she's still making these steps. And as you can see, the phone here, this is the phone. And so this breaks it down in really small increments. It's very, very accurate. Okay. So then let's go to between 6:12 and 6:17, that time frame. Okay, yep. So between 6:12 and 58 seconds and 6:17 and 50 seconds, when she makes 63 steps, the phone at it says it ends at 6:12 and 16 seconds. So what does this tell you? Well, that tells me that the phone isn't taking these steps between 6:12 and 58 seconds and 6:17. So it looks like the phone is resting beginning at 6:12 and 17 seconds. Meanwhile, she begins to take steps at 6:12 and 58 seconds without the phone until 6:17 and 50 seconds. Okay. Then what does it show you? Well, then it shows me that at 6:17 and 50 seconds, she is sitting still from 6:17 and 50 seconds until 6:26 and 20 seconds. Okay. But what is it showing you what's going on with her phone? Well, it's showing me that while she's sitting still between 6:17 and 50 seconds, somebody other than her began to move her device at 6:19 and 7 seconds and began to take steps and took 28 steps between 6:19 and 7 seconds to 6:26 and 28 seconds. Somebody other than her. Yes. And how do you know that? Well, because she's wearing a watch and she's not moving during that time frame. Okay, and what significant time frame? What happens with the phone? What is the phone doing during this time frame of 6:19 and 7 seconds to 6:26 and 28 seconds? What's the phone doing? Well, it's interesting that this is the time period that the phone is going to register the call to that Brian, Uncle Brian. It's going to do the house long 2 Google searches. Interesting. And so there is no way that Jen McCabe could have made these steps right here. She would have had to take off her watch and then put it back on in the middle of what, yeah, that's what would have to happen. Okay. So is it your expert opinion then somebody other than Jennifer McCabe has the phone during this time? Yes, that's my expert opinion. I agree, Murky, 100%. That's why I asked Jamie, where's this data? Jamie, where's the data? The defense has it as well. It will be shown in trial. Well, good. I hope that you come back when that's going to be proffered at trial during the case. And if it's key cycles without dates and timestamps, yeah, not interested. So now, all you would offer to Green as well is you would say, did you have a chance to look at the dash cams? Because they have timestamps on them. And are you able to see like where these people are to like corroborate the fact that, wow, here's Jen getting into a vehicle. We see her sitting down and she does not then get out of the vehicle until X time, which lines up perfectly with the data. Yes, we were able to do that. Do you understand? I mean, why the fuck this isn't being done? Do you understand that Matt McCabe being the house long to die Googler proves that Karen Reed didn't tell Jennifer McCabe to Google it while sitting in a vehicle, which blows up her fucking testimony as to why she ever fucking Googled it. Because she didn't have her fucking phone. And why nobody wants to focus on that is because it's not your fucking idea. It's because you didn't fucking do the work to realize it. I just hope that Karen Reed isn't that fucking dumb. I wouldn't care who gave me the work. I'd give it to my fucking specialist and I'd say, what the fuck is this? If this is true, because Karen Reed is a spreadsheet person. If this is true, then exactly what that girl just said, that's proving that I did not tell fucking bitch Jennifer McCabe to Google how long it takes to die in the cold. The fuck? Which is then gonna bring in your third party culpability, motherfuckers! You don't need to be a lawyer to do what I'm doing right here. A lawyer is for the law. Lawyers can't do what I do, and I can't do what lawyers do. That's why you need to team up with people like myself, if you're a good lawyer. That's why I think I blew Andrea's mind out of the fucking water the other day. And the question comes is, why would Matt McCabe dial up and type in the same type of way the house long to die like that? He wouldn't know how Jen did it the night before, right? Is that right? That's 100% right. Because Fatty fucking Maddie did it the night before. Because Fatty fucking Maddie had her phone because of the call that was over the Bluetooth that didn't finish before Jen got out and went running in the house, as the records indicate as well. Yes, and there's no body on the lawn. You use every witness that the Commonwealth presents, and you just say, you didn't see a body right on the lawn, right? You didn't. None of these people saw a body on the lawn. And then you tell the jury, you were out at that lawn. Now ask yourself, you would see a body, would you not? You would, if somebody was hit by a vehicle at 12:30 and some change, when John supposedly took his last steps, which was, I believe, 12:31 and some change, you guys took the drive then from that house to then Meadows. You cannot make it there by 12:36. So we're asking you, the court is asking, the Commonwealth is asking the jury, you guys right here, to literally put on blinders and become deaf. You would have to do that to find my client guilty, because not a single witness saw Karen hit him. Not a single witness saw his body on the lawn from that time to 6. And that's not, what about the cars that are driving by on that street? Then you have Tristan Morris coming by. I mean, every single person, none of them. It's because there was no body on the lawn. You need to believe. You have no reason not to believe these people, right? And I'm not going to try to give you a reason to not believe them. That's how you have to approach this case. And if you don't, then you're a fucking moron. You want to give the jury every reason to believe the witnesses. Nobody witnessed this. They would have. Nobody saw a body on the lawn. And then now, you want to talk about consciousness of guilt? House Long to Die is consciousness of guilt. It was never Googled by my client, ever. And now you show that my client was sitting by a Jen McCabe when Jen McCabe didn't have her phone. And then the night before, Jen McCabe's phone is making internet searches and Google searches when it's on the first floor of the home because Jen McCabe already took a flight stairs up with her watch when she went up after being home, and the phone doesn't go up the flight of stairs. Then when Jen goes into the house to get her sister, again, the watch registers going up the flight of stairs, but the phone doesn't. Jennifer McCabe does not have her phone, ladies and gentlemen. She had it at 6 o'clock when she made the phone call. Okay. That is a fact. You hear it you hear it. That's Jen. But then Matt McCabe, he comes to the crime scene where he knows they were headed. He meets them there. They all know this. You guys, everybody knows that this is out there, you guys. The people that have chosen to suppress this are supporters of Karen Reed. And it is truly diabolical. And that's all there is to say. That's all there is to say about it. It's diabolical. It's absolutely mind-blowing. If I was in Karen Reed's shoes and somebody presented this to me and said, look, I can prove that you didn't tell Jen McCabe how long to Google that. She didn't have her phone. That's when the Google happened. She doesn't have her phone, and she's sitting here with you in a cop car, allegedly. She passes off her phone to her husband. And you don't need to testify to it. Your expert can. Just like they did in the Murdaugh murders. What the fuck? That's how that's how he was found guilty off of the goddamn Snapchat. I mean, this is absurd. Matt calls himself from Jen's phone. Also, why do you think Jen McCabe had to save Brian's phone number in her cell phone at 6:08, 6:09, after calling her sister twice? She calls her sister once, okay? Then she calls her back a second time. Then after the second time is then when she saves this new contact, okay? Well, I'm going to tell you how this would play out. Hey, where's Brian? You need to get Brian. John's on the lawn. What? Brian's not here. I got to go. What? Quick. It was 8 seconds, 9 seconds, right? Calls back. Maybe didn't even get through on the first time. But I believe that the words were said is that Brian, when Jen would have called back, what's his number? Call Brian. I don't know. He's not here. Maybe he took Chloe for a walk. She's not here either. How long would that take for her sister to say that? Okay. Or Jen just says, where's Brian? I got to talk to Brian. Like, you cannot hear. Nobody can hear what Jennifer McCabe says. But the reason that you would be sending somebody that number is when Jennifer McCabe called back, I don't have it. She went to look for it. Call him. She calls back her sister because she doesn't have the cell phone number. Give me his number. I don't have it stored in my phone. Okay. Then the police roll up. So that she wasn't able to call him yet because the police were there. So Jen's getting then out of the car to go deal with the police. Then you go and look at the driveway, and the driveway pictures tell it all. There's only 2 vehicles in that driveway. There needs to be at least 3. Brian Albert Jr.'s car, the mom's car, Brian Albert Sr., and then Brian Albert Sr.'s work vehicle. That would be 4. They already testified that they do not use their garage to store cars. Where are these cars in the driveway? Okay? Where are they? This is evidence that Brian is not there, which makes sense because if he fucking beat the shit out of John, he maybe took some punches or whatever. And then you have Lank, who's covering for the fact that he never actually talked to fucking Brian Albert. There is not enough cars in the driveway. People are missing due to cars missing. That's what the defense needs to show too. And the only reason that she would say here, it wasn't for some weird reason to like taking that number other than like, I don't know where Brian is. Nicole not knowing he's not here. I don't know. Chloe's not here either. Well, doesn't that make way more sense to people? That Brian wouldn't be there and Chloe wouldn't be there. If y'all are suspecting that Brian Albert, okay, and that's why I believe Matt McCabe's phone would show, because he called Brian Albert why don't you think Matt McCabe went with Jen and Karen when they left? Matt McCabe is such a pussy-ass little girl drama motherfucking little foo-foo fuck. He would never not go with them. He's got to be in everything. He needed to not go because he stayed back, then got in his own vehicle. He had to make phone calls. He had to let people know that Karen knows. They're headed over there. You guys, people think that Jen knew. Jen knew after the fact and then covered for these motherfuckers. Jen did not know about what these motherfuckers did. Okay. Until around 6:42 a.m. And that's when her fucking heart rate goes out of the mind. Okay. But Matt was Jen didn't call Julie Albert that morning at 4:55. That was Matt. That phone was still downstairs. I mean, this case is so diabolical. But this is proof that Karen did not tell Jen to Google how long it takes to die in the cold. Okay. And that's the lie that they came up with after the fact, again, to frame Karen Reed. All right. Also, who would have had John's hat, his sneaker? The cops didn't have those items, you guys. These fucks did. Who planted John's shoe? These people, not the police. And I personally believe that Higgins and Matt McCabe put the body on the lawn of Brian Albert, okay, because to have insurances that Brian Albert wouldn't be blaming Higgins or McCabe. Like, nope, we're going to make sure that you're covering for us, that we have you covering for all of this. And if John O'Keefe is found on Brian Albert's, because I get it. Like, if you're going to be Why would you ever put a body on your own lawn? Okay. If you did something like that's like they're going to be coming like for you, you know? Well, yes and no. You get to control the narrative. They had no problems, in my opinion, with the cops coming in that house because they took Chloe out and they took Brian out. Like, and it's only Lank's word is that he talked to Brian and Nicole that he interviewed them, and same with Good. Like, you don't think that they would lie for Brian? That's where I think the lie comes in, is that they did lie for Brian. But this house long to die, that's all fucking Matt McCabe. Matt McCabe's consciousness of guilt. Matt McCabe talking, well, foo-foo fucker. Matt McCabe would have went with them. He couldn't. It's very interesting. I also believe that Jen was in a vehicle. Remember how she says that her daughter came at 12:10, supposedly to pick up Colin? If you look at this, let's see, right here. You see this 12:25 in 16 seconds, and that she doesn't move at all from 12:25 and 16 seconds to 12:35 and 39 seconds. You see that? This woman, Jen McCabe, does not take a step, okay? Because she walks and she gets into a vehicle. Then she's about to get out of the vehicle. She takes 1 foot out, okay? Then she takes right around the car, her SUV, because she could have been waiting when she had actually wrote John to say, like, pull up behind me or whatever, like that. Hey, you know how you go to type something and it doesn't send when you first go to type it? Anyways, for Jen to supposedly went into a party, all right? And she goes into the door because she did this earlier when she first got out of the vehicle. Okay, and takes her 49 steps to go inside immediately, like she did. But you'd be walking all around your party, right? And she says she's walking over the door and looking out the window, and that's when she's writing her texts that are like, you know, because she's seeing the vehicle. This bitch does not move from 12:25 and 16 seconds to 12:35 and 39 seconds. She does not move. She cannot be getting up and walking over to no fucking door to look and see who's, you know, I saw the vehicle pull here, and then I saw the vehicle pull here, and then I saw because she's walking over to that door. She does not move a muscle, does not take a step from 12:25 till 12:35. And that is indicative, in my opinion, of being in a vehicle and going somewhere 5 minutes one way and coming back 5 minutes the other way. And then when she gets back, as you can see then, 12:35 and 39 seconds. Or you can say that she just was sitting in a car, couldn't believe what was going on because she's witnessing people getting into a screaming match right outside the vehicle of 34 Fairview, and she's sitting and they're fucking yelling, okay, at each other, if that's what you want to believe. But either way, she is not moving. So she's not walking over to the door. And look at Karen leaves, okay, at 12:30 a.m., and 12:31 a.m. If anybody is saying that John was hit, okay, between that time frame, what is she doing? Where is she at? Well, she would have been sitting in a vehicle watching this all happen. No, guys, come on now. I would think that this is where I believe Sarah Levinston, when she's talking about everybody came in and all that crap, they all have their times mistaken. Okay. Because then here you look, and now this is somebody being active at a party. When you get out and you take 148 steps between 12:35 and 12:45, which is 10 minutes nonstop walking around. Okay. It's like you're looking for something. Then 3, 5, 6, 28, 26, 14, 13. This is walking around a party and bouncing around. Okay. She went somewhere and was literally, and it looks to me like she was in a vehicle, and then she gets out of a vehicle at 12:35 and 39 seconds. When she begins to start moving, you guys, look at, why isn't her phone moving with her? Her phone doesn't start moving until 12:41 and 31 seconds. You want to know when she starts going crazy, or the phone starts going crazy with sending text messages and calling John O'Keefe and shit like that? Then the phone doesn't move again from 12:43 and 14 seconds while she's at the house, 34 Fairview. It does not move again until 1:34. All of these steps that are taken from 12:43 and 14 seconds all the way until 1:34, that phone doesn't move. Call me crazy, but look at this. 1:34 and 3 seconds is when the watch starts moving, but the phone moves 1 second before it. And again, this is really accurate. Then I believe that she walks out to the SUV, but look at this. Why would she need to take, look at this right before, look at this. You know what this is indicative of to me? This is indicative of somebody looking for something. They're walking around looking for something. Like, where the fuck is my cell phone? Where the fuck is my cell phone? Then it's like, did she truly find it, or did somebody pick up a jacket that had the phone in it? Did someone say, oh, maybe it's in the car? So then when she gets out to the car, you grab it. But here, 302 steps from 136 to 144. Look at. If she had actually found her phone, why wouldn't the phone be making any of these steps with it? Indicative of that the phone isn't with her when she's doing this. It's impossible, right? Because otherwise this would say 302 steps. But it only has 35. Next, this is her watch. So here she gets into her SUV, at 34 Fairview at 1:44 and 28 seconds. Well, Anna, how do you know that? Because the bitch doesn't move again until 2:13. That's how I know that. And that's when she's getting out at her house, and based off of her geolocation that shows where the fuck she's at. So here's Jennifer McCabe. She gets into the SUV at 34 Fairview. Okay. No doubt about it. She's sitting, and her geolocation still shows that she's there. But now check this out. 1:44 and 8 seconds. 1:44 and 28 seconds. It goes to 1:45 and 58 seconds, though. So this is indicative of somebody else clearly having her cell phone. Do Do you see? Because these steps happen and begin. Yes, it overlaps right here at the end, like 20 seconds worth, but it continues for another minute and some change, well after she stops walking. So what this would be is like if I'm walking and I have my watch on, okay? Hey, honey, I'm walking around. Hey, honey, can you go grab my phone in the car? I left it out there. Thanks, babe. Appreciate it. So as I'm taking steps somewhere else, then my phone would begin making steps during the course of me walking here. But then I come to my ass is planting at 1:44 and 28 seconds. But meanwhile, my phone continued to walk around until 1:45 and 58 seconds. Remember, Matt goes back in the house. Does you guys remember this? Oh, Matt had to go back in the house and get his jacket he forgot. Oh, really? Yeah, because he, I believe, hid the phone. And so Matt goes back in and grabs this, or you could be of the, oh, honey, I forgot my jacket in there. Can you go grab it? All right. Anyways, check this out, though. Then they pull away at 1:47 to 1:50 a.m. from 34 Fairview. But look what happens here. Now, this is some crazy ass shit. 1:55 and 34 seconds. 1:57 and 44 seconds. Somebody with her phone, because it's not Jen McCabe, because Jen McCabe does not move from 1:44 and 28 seconds to 2:13. At 1:55 and 34 seconds to 1:57 and 44 seconds, during this 2 minutes and 18 seconds, 16 steps are taken. And could this be indicative of, if Matt has the phone, getting out of the vehicle, taking 8 steps one way, 8 steps back in the vehicle, walking, maybe getting out of the vehicle, walking over to the body that's in the lawn. Okay. Oh my God. And then walking and getting back into the vehicle, if you think that his body's on the lawn. All right. And that all these people were just like, we're just going to act like he wasn't there. Okay. But either way, at some point during this drive home or just while they were leaving the house, this man with his phone, his wife's phone, takes 16 steps and then gets back in the vehicle. Then they're driving. They supposedly drop off these 2 people. Or is it that he gets out with the phone during this time because they went over to John O'Keefe's house to see, got out and to see what? To see if Karen's car was in the garage? To see if Karen was truly at the house or not? That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Getting out, running on over, looking into the garage door. Can you see if Karen's vehicle is there? Then they get home, and just as the Wi-Fi indicates and their GPS indicate that they pull into their driveway just about 2:13. And here, this is now her watch, right? Look at this. The watch starts taking movements at 2:13 and 20 seconds. 2:13 and 6 seconds. So Matt gets out of the vehicle first, starts taking steps for 13 seconds prior to then, if he's probably going to walk on over to her side to help out this lush. All right. And so they can walk into the house, where she takes 9 steps from 2:13 and 20 seconds to 2:14 and 6 seconds. 2:13 and 6 seconds to 2:14 and 3 seconds. He takes this phone and either sets down the jacket if the phone's in there, but I think it's in, at that point, his jacket then. But either way you want to slice and dice it, this phone does not move again. See, 2:14, and you can see there's no movement. But here, Jen, who has the watch on, 2:14 and 49 seconds to this time, she takes 41 steps. She takes, 8 steps here, then 38 steps, 16, 15. You see, no movement with the cell phone. And if she wasn't taking steps, right, I could see it saying that, yeah, she was sitting down on the couch and just on her phone or something like that, right? Because you wouldn't have to have any steps. That's not the case. This hoe is moving all over the place on the first floor. She does not go up into the second floor until you get over here, which she goes up a flight of stairs, and it's just her watch that registers the flight. Okay, and I want you to take a look at this. See this 2:23 and 19 seconds? Matt is on the first floor. After his wife goes upstairs, Matt then goes and grabs her phone then on the first floor, goes and grabs it, takes 19 steps during this. And during this time, what is happening? What happens at 2:27, bitches? Come on. What happens? She goes up a flight of stairs. The phone does not register a flight of stairs. It is not shut off during this time. It is being utilized during this time on the first fucking level by Fatty fucking Maddie, and everybody knows what 2:27 is. And it is house long to fucking die. Okay? That's what it is. And that's Matt on the first floor with, and after she goes upstairs, he then goes over, grabs it, and begins to start his, goes on and looks up, at 2:27, or I'm sorry, at 2:25, he texts the group chat. Then he deletes 2 screenshots. Then he's Googling house long to die. That is not Jennifer McCabe. It is fucking Matt with the phone, because Jennifer McCabe is up on the first floor. Look it. She does not move her fucking ass from 2:23 and 20 seconds. She's wearing the watch. She does not move her ass until 2:32. See that? So while this is moving between 2:23 and 2:31, she is not. Fatty fucking Maddie. Then, if that wasn't enough, she's wearing her watch. She testified that she went to sleep with her watch on. Okay. Her phone doesn't take any more steps after 2:31 and 44 seconds until 4:55 and 7 seconds, right before the 4:55 a.m. phone call to Julie Albert. But let's see what she does during the night of her sleep. Well, at 2:32 to 2:33, she takes 22 steps. And I believe that when she walked upstairs, you know how you just like kind of like, you just lay down? Like, So then Matt, who didn't bring the phone upstairs, leaves her phone downstairs. Matt comes upstairs and, more or less like wakes her up, like, hey, because she's, in her fucking clothes. So she gets up out of bed, takes 22 steps total, like to her like closet to change, comes back, gets in bed, goes to the, or takes her steps to the bathroom, comes back, gets in bed. Then she does not move because she slept with her watch. She wakes up at 3:50 and 38 seconds. And I believe she woke up to pee. And her heart rate is indicative of sleeping during that time, during this time to this time. She gets up. And now there's also a chance here that when she wakes up, she notices that Matt's not there. in bed. Because I don't believe Matt slept at all. Because Matt's doing shit with Higgins. But she takes her 24 steps, which at this point, it could have actually brought her downstairs into the living room. All right? Or she just goes to the bathroom. 3:51 and 40 seconds. 3:51. See? 6 steps. No moving with the phone. Now, if I was to wake up and the person that I'm like married to isn't in bed, what do you think anybody would do? They would do what? Go downstairs. Wake up, go in bed, like look at me like, and go downstairs and see where the fuck Matt is. When you go downstairs, though, it does not ever register. Then at 5 o'clock and 58 seconds, you can see here that she physically cannot possibly move. She does not move before 5 o'clock and 58 seconds, but her phone moves at 4:55 and 7 seconds to 5:01 and 9 seconds. And look at, this is indicative of somebody handing you your phone and giving it to you. Like if the phone is moving before you move, which it does by a lot, all right, is if Jen can remember back when they would have gotten the 453 call. Remember that call? It was calling from Kaylee's phone number. Then here, Fatty Bo Batty Maddie takes Jen's phone. And who does he call at 4:55 from Jen's phone? Fucking Julie Albert. Because he's trying to reach Chris, in my opinion. And he's using Jen's phone because he never thinks that Jen's phone's going to be part of this, because Fatty Bo Batty Maddie was last seen with John, and so was Higgins and Brian Albert, because they were all out there on the front part of the driveway. So Matt has her phone from 4:55 to 5:01. He brings that shit up to her. She takes 10 steps and she gets it right there. Like, see how a phone stops all at the same time? Because at this point, he passes it off to her to give it to her. Oh, this was downstairs or whatever. Or I found it, honey. I found your phone. It was in my jacket the whole time. Can you believe it? That type of shit, you guys. But this is the only problem, is that the phone doesn't register going up a flight of stairs at this point. And so that's when it's like, holy shit, it's still on the first fucking level. So what would make sense is that when Jen came downstairs, or if you believe that she's still upstairs and nothing happened, but even though she takes steps here, he then just goes upstairs. But it's interesting that those two would end at the same point. That's why I believe she came downstairs and fell asleep then on the couch until, because this phone never goes upstairs. The phone does not go upstairs until this time. 5:32. You know how they say that they were, when she got that phone call? Dude, that's all fucking lies. They weren't laying in bed. They were down on the first fucking floor, because this phone does not go up a flight of stairs until 5:32 in the morning. This is the first time it ever goes up. It's the first time anything ever happens. And it goes up with the watch. They both go up. It's amazing. It's a beautiful sight. It's like, dude, okay. And that's where it's like, and it's during this time when she has both. But look at this, 5:01 to 5:26. Do you think that she was up making coffee and getting ready and shit like that? No. The bitch doesn't move from 5:01 to 5:26. And she takes 13 steps, stops for a minute, takes 32 steps, stops for a minute. then, okay, now she's going to go upstairs because guess what? Guess who's arriving? Karen's coming over. So she's got to go upstairs and probably get out of the clothes that she was in to throw on some fucking pajamas or some shit like that. Okay. And then you can see here that they clearly 5:36, which makes sense. She's in a car and she drives from her house. And then she starts walking again at 5:54 because that's when she gets to John's. So she gets into and walks and is sitting in a vehicle. Then gets out for a second. As you can see, 5:34. This is when the phone stops. She gets out. And when she gets out to go into John's house, and she's walking around from 5:47 to 5:52. Look at this. This is crazy, you guys. This is so fucking crazy. She stops moving at 5:52. Like, she stops physically moving at 5:52. How is her phone moving until 5:55 and 53 seconds? How? How is that possible? Also, it should be noted that there's no flights of stairs. When she says that she goes to John's house and goes upstairs to go talk to Kaylee, that's a fucking lie. Her phone nor her watch register a flight of stairs being at John's house from 5:50 or 5:47 to 5:52. She does not go up. This should really inquiring minds. It's very interesting, this time frame. Because once again, it starts moving and then continues to move. Or actually, this is when they would have had to stop at some point. And so did they go to the waterfall before they went over to 34 Fairview? That could be indicative of that. And then from 34 Fairview at 5:55. But she does not move her ass again. She's stationary. Until 6:03 and 23 seconds. And then so she moves and gets out of the vehicle, goes over to the body, comes back into the car. See how her phone doesn't start moving until the 6:04. So these steps are without it. This is when she's about to call 911. Then from 6:05 and 46 seconds, you guys, she does not move until 6:09. Okay? In 45 seconds. She does not move. When you add up all these, 29, 6, 1, 28, 10, and 3, when you add up all of those, it should equal this minus the 29 first steps. It doesn't. Then, when the cops arrive or whatever she's doing with them when they arrive, her phone does not move from 6:12 to 6:19. Now, remember, they're in Carrie Roberts' car. And so, is Jen just a fucking moron? Would she ask Carrie, hey, Carrie, do you have a charge? Can I charge my phone in your car? Because my phone's dead. What? But you just think that it would be in your pocket, but it's not. And And then she's walking around from 6:12 to 6:17. And then she stops and does not move from 6:17 and 50 seconds to 6:26 and 20 seconds. She does not move. She is stationary and sitting in a car. But her phone is passed off at 6:19 and 7 seconds to her husband, who then begins the same fucking type of typing that he did last night. House lawn to die in the cold. And then he calls Brian's phone that was just saved. He makes that call at 6:23. And that was all done when she's stationary and sitting in a vehicle. Oh, so that means that Karen Reed couldn't have told her to Google how long it takes to die in the cold. Hypothermia or whatever the fuck she's talking about. That's why Jen, I'm sorry, this is why Jen doesn't know. Like, why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what I fucking typed in or typed up? The bitch don't know. You guys, do you understand? She fucking had no idea until this comes out about the house lawn. No fucking clue. Not a clue. Until Twitter Boy talks about all this stuff, and then he needs to put the fucking camera in Matt's face because that pussy ass bitch let his wife take all this heat for these years for his fucking doings. What a piece of shit. Like, you are such a pussy. What a piece. And then Jen had to go along with it because if not, we're all going to prison. So that's why she then covers for all these people. I mean, data is data. You cannot get around it. Jen McCabe is literally from 6:17 and 50 seconds to 6:26 and 20 seconds. Does not move. She's in a vehicle. Her phone, though, 6:19 and 7 seconds, begins taking steps. Who is moving with her phone? It ain't fucking Jen. And any expert that's worth a damn is going to be able to testify to that. This is how Alec Murdaugh was fucking found guilty of murder. And then this proves that Karen Reed never told them anything. And that that your phone was being utilized while you were sitting down somewhere stationary. Your phone goes off walking. And it ain't you that went walking with it, as the data reflects. And so Karen didn't tell you anything, did she? And you show this to the jury's going to say, wow, yeah. Jen's own husband thought that Jen's phone would never be taken. That's why he was using her phone. It's hard to believe that if John O'Keefe was down in that basement and people want to talk about all these steps and stairs and blah, blah, Jen's phone never once, nor does her watch the night of the murder, like between 12:15 when they get there and 1:45 when they leave. Her phone nor her watch ever not once register a single flight of stairs. That's how I know, like, circumstantially, that Jen McCabe does not know dick about this shit. She was never downstairs ever once and then came upstairs, because that's how you're going to get the one flight of stairs. She didn't go upstairs to go like into a bedroom upstairs. Her phone nor her watch have any flights. And for somebody that's going to be supposedly running all over, cleaning or helping or do something from the basement or, concealing a body, you'd have to be running, you'd have to get flights in there. Her phone has legs like Lieutenant Dan. Can that be your new troll account? I think the Asians are guilty. Wonder what text messages Jen deleted between her daughter, Allie. I don't know, but I have no idea why Green, if he found Jen's location, like, hey, you're over there at length. Like, again, as an expert, though, you're only brought shit, okay? If you don't have the material and someone doesn't ask you to do something, you don't, as an expert, start just like, oh, hey, I was just doing X, Y, and Z. That's not how that works. Like, you would have some type of communication with your expert to say, hey, these are the materials I'm providing for you. This is what I need you to tell me. This is what I need you to look for. Okay? Or you can even have it like, hey, here's her phone. What the fuck was going on with this broad all night? You know? And I just think people jumped the gun when they ran with the house law to die and that it was fucking Jen McCabe that Google searched it. It was definitely Google searched, no doubt about it. And it's even more incriminating against that group of people that it would have been Googled by somebody else that doesn't own the phone. That is even worse than Jen McCabe Googling it. Jen McCabe is just covered for literally her fat fucking pig husband. John was my friend. I believe her when she says that. You think that people that have, like, you think back in the day when the mob was running around doing their shit that they were telling their wives shit that they were doing? Fuck no, their wives didn't know dick. These guys that think that they run that town, ATF dude, Brian Albert, I'm such a badass on fucking Mark Wahlberg's show. You think those people tell their wives or answer their wives about anything? No. No, no, and no. They don't. They do whatever the fuck they want, okay? And then their wives either cover for them or they don't. Matt McCabe is such a sneaky little fucking rat. I want Turtle Boy I wish he could put fucking 10 cameras in that guy's face. Because I know when I'm there, I only want to talk to one person. And it's my camera will be in Matt McCabe's face saying, why'd you do it, Matt? How many loafer kicks did you get in? Why'd you help Higgins put the body on the lawn? Why did you Google house lawn to die? I know it was your fat fucking fingers. And that's why it's house lawn to die like that, you fat fuck. That's what I'd be putting my camera in his face saying. And now, is that witness intimidating? No. It's me asking, why'd you do it? Why are you letting your wife take the fall for your fat fingers? Matt has fat fingers. Like, get some gear, get some merch. Matt's fat fingers dialed house long to die. Matt and the hey dudes, Matt and the loafers. Matt, we all know the type of guy that Matt McCabe is. Matt McCabe would have went with Jen and Karen and their little driving on over to search for John, okay? He could not go with them. He had to do something else. Matt McCabe calls himself from Jen's phone and makes it seem like that's how that happened. Well, then Jen called me and, you know, like watching his, I hope Alan Jackson just propounds it. And maybe I'm just hoping that they've kept us all in the DL and they're going to use it here in trial 2 to impeach everybody from trial 1. That would be nice to see. But everything in the dark makes its way to the light. Woo! If this trial takes 20 days to pick a jury, there's just no way. She's definitely ripped Matt a new one. Matt's a piece of shit. Okay. Why isn't the Commonwealth calling Allie to the stand? Because that's just another person's going to have to say that John O'Keefe wasn't on the lawn. You want as many people saying John O'Keefe wasn't on the lawn. What happens if John O'Keefe's phone data shows his phone temp continuously dropping after getting out of the Lexus? Well, I would think that that would already been brought to light. And I really don't. I think that that would be normal. Obviously, he had to get out of the car at some point. That doesn't mean that Karen hit him. It's a very simple case. All the witnesses say the body wasn't on the lawn. If you've ever been to the place, there is no way in hell that you could ever say that you wouldn't see the body on the lawn. It is so tiny. It's impossible. And if there's no body on the lawn from 12:30 until 6:04 when they arrive, then the Commonwealth, they have their victim unaccounted for from 12:30 until 6:05. All of their witnesses. There's not a single witness that places John O'Keefe on the lawn. Focusing on anything else would be a complete travesty. You know, your job isn't a defense attorney is to prove, you know, who did it in a murder case, like during trial. It's the Commonwealth's job to prove that Karen Reed is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is just not possible with the evidence. That loaf of bread knows so much shit. You know, for their phones to have never been taken in this case, that's absolute craziness. And I'm not sure why they didn't make another push. It's a new trial. Why didn't you push to get CDRs or like whatever you could have gotten in trial 2 for those phones? That's all I got, though. I just go for the data. And these people are lying. For somebody to Google house loan to die at 227, for it to even be able to even be uttered, that's reasonable. That's insanity. Okay. Like, how is that even? And then you're deleting all these calls. And then she's not lying when she says, I didn't delete anything. I didn't delete anything. I didn't make those calls. I didn't do that. You need to question Matt. He had access to that phone. He did it. Matt wanted to see the goddamn dash cams. Why would Matt McCabe want to see the dash cams to see where he's at in these dash cams? He wanted to make sure that he couldn't get crossed up on the stand by the defense saying, hey, do you see this dash cam right here? You see your fat fucking self right there? Well, now they have that evidence to say, Matt, why were you so interested to see, you want to say, oh, can I see the pictures or the stills or the rolling film of when I'm on the dash cam? Why was that important to you? Why was that a question? You know, what do you think he's going to say? I think questioning people for, you know, I think questioning some people for even like 20 minutes when it's just something that has to just be like super quick and to the point. Boom. And I think that's what that juror is going to be telling Karen. Not seeing or noticing something does not mean something isn't there, especially if it's off to the side in the dark. All I can say is I personally went there, and I don't think anything's off into the side into the dark when you have headlights shining directly on it. Yes, it was dark outside because it was nighttime. But you have headlights, multiple, continuing to shine on. Also, I believe that if Karen had to have hit him, it was in a certain period of time, which was 12:30 to 12:31 and some change. And all of those people right there that drove up in that 4x4 truck would have literally witnessed Karen Reed blasting John O'Keefe. It had just started to snow. Like there was no like accumulation or anything like that. Again, I could tell you this. I'm sitting right by my windows, but more importantly, I can hear. And if somebody was to hit somebody outside my house right here, you're going to hear, I'm going to hear somebody scream right before like a car's coming at them, right? I'm going to hear the collision. But hey, they had their radios up, blasting that music. Well, okay. Well, Richie and that crew, that's all that matters. They were sitting right there, had a front view out on the lawn, sitting there in a truck to witness somebody just get blasted. And it didn't happen. Thank you, Angie. Thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah, Jen's lying after the fact. 100% Jen is lying. But when Jen begins to lie to tell this story, okay, is after she was filled in by the crew at the house, and that's when they had to summon people over, back over. That's my take. That all aligns with, it also aligns with why Blank would have to like go back over there. It's like also, well, when Brian gets home, have him give me a call or whatever, and I'll come back. Wouldn't that be something that you would say? Like, come on, man. Yes, Brian wasn't there. There was Chloe when they got there. So everybody has a right to have their theories and opinions. Well, I'm basing mine off of the phone data of what Jennifer McCabe was or wasn't doing that night, and when she had her phone, and when she was walking, and when she went upstairs, and when she didn't, and when the phone didn't, and when the watch did. And the phone's moving when the watch isn't. So who the fuck has the phone? Because it's not her, because she's not moving. This is like second grade math. Hey guys, Susie over here has 5 apples. Tommy comes over and gives Susie 3 more apples. How many apples does Susie have total? 8. Susie and Tommy were walking to school with their apples. Susie had all 8 apples. Susie stops in the middle of their walk and goes home because she's sick. But Tommy continues on to school. How did the 8 apples end up at school? Oh, Susie gave Tommy all of her apples before she turned around and went home. Ding, 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 you did it. Woo! I love first grade math. Woo! So it's no different. Jen McCabe's watch, which is on her person, is not moving for 8 minutes. Jen McCabe's phone begins to take steps and move 2 minutes into her sitting for her 8 straight minutes. And then it continues to take steps and moves. Who has Jen's phone? Option A is Jen, or option B is somebody else. Well, I'd hope to God you would circle B and say somebody else, because Jen is not moving from this time to this time. I mean, this is as dumb as you can dumb it down. You can't dumb it down any more than first grade math that we learned. I mean, and you just have your expert testifying to the fact. And you show that it's at the very, very crucial points of these Google searches, and that somebody was trying to conceal the Google searches within Jennifer McCabe's phone. And when you would have an expert testifying that both of the Google searches happened when Jen McCabe was not with her phone and not moving and the phone is, I think that's pretty fucking compelling to a jury to say, okay, and then who was Jen McCabe with? Who could have been the people to actually have been walking with her phone and taking her phone and doing any of that? Well, at her house, it's just her husband that's there, right? Is that right? Yes. So then you just ask your, is it possible that somebody else was using the phone? Well, it's not only possible, but that's what the evidence is suggesting, is that somebody else was using Jennifer McCabe's phone on both of those occasions. And also, when Jennifer McCabe goes inside to go wake up her sister, the phone doesn't register a flight of stairs, only the watch does. Also indicative of her not having the phone. God, it's not, I mean, it's just, I know it's mind-blowing. All we have to do is ask ourselves, why isn't this being fucking blown up and spread all over? And I'm just hoping that they don't want to spread it all over because they want to catch Jen McCabe off guard and Matt McCabe off guard. Well, off guard's from off guard with them. We need to make sure that the jury sees it because that's compelling to the jury. I would love to know if I had Ronnie on the show and I showed this to Ronnie, what he would think about that. So someone fluff it on up, send it on over to Ronnie. Peace out, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Whoop, 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 whoop. Thank you guys all for your support. True the Transparency loves you. Sherry D, making people go green. Karen. Lady Di, everybody going green. Hey, we Irish over here. If you haven't clicked the link to accept gifts, you will not be gifted one because that's how it works. Thank you, Karen, for reminding everybody we love you. We appreciate you. What's up, Freckle Gemini? Jesus, this must be communicated so clearly to the jurors. I'm praying they manage this in the clearest and most digestible way. You guys, it's truly not that difficult. Like, this is all you have to show them is a side-by-side. It's right here. I mean, and then everybody knows from personal experience that how your phone moves and how your watch moves without the other. And it means that they're not together at the same time. My phone right now, I'm sitting at a desk. I have my watch on. If I get up to go grab a drink, I just took steps in. Did my phone move? Nope. But now, if I'm sitting at my desk, but my phone gets up and moves, well, then we know that somebody else had to move it because I have a watch on, bitches. And if I would have moved that phone, my watch would have moved. And that's where you're changing the variables and to say that we don't have to wonder, we can exclude Jen McCabe. And we want to have all the inclusion of anybody else that she would have been with that could have been doing this. But we're able to exclude Jen McCabe from doing it because she has a watch on that's clocking her steps. So it's about exclusion. Yes, Jen McCabe can be excluded as being the user of the phone during that time frame because Jen McCabe has a watch on that shows that she's not moving. Thank you. So I think it's very, very simple. If she took her watch off, would that be known? She testified that she did not take her watch off. And if she would have taken her watch off, then it's very obvious that she's not, because her watch is on, okay, and doing all of this shit. And there's times that the watch begins to move. And then while the watch has already began to move there at the end, then the phone starts moving, then continues to move past the time that she's moved. Indicative of somebody else moving the phone at the tail end of whenever she's calculating her, steps. It does, the phone never registers going up flights of stairs when the watch does. I mean, she's already testified. Jen McCabe testified that she had her watch on. She wore it to bed. Period. It's great. It's awesome. She cannot go back on that testimony. She cannot come in on trial 2 and say, I forgot I was taking off my watch on and off all throughout the day because, it was just hurting my wrist. Okay. No. That if she tries to testify any other way than how she testified in the last trial, and you guys, it's clear. She has her watch on, all this data. She's wearing her watch. She went to sleep on her watch. It's great. It's glorious. And then you actually can tell when the watch dies. When the watch dies is at 10:43 and 31 seconds. Because all of this happens with her phone and the watch is not moving and the phone is. And so either her watch died, or somebody said, take your watch off. But I believe that her watch actually died. Okay, because it's in the middle. See that? It died like in the middle of this movement here. Again, she could have taken it off, but she'd have to be setting it down right away after she's taking it off. All right, guys. Until next time, peace out.